Chapter 465. However, there was one thing that made him particularly regretful. There were also a lot of comments from fans under the dart-throwing videos, but because there was no statue, these fans could not be converted into faith points. Chen Guang was anxious. He did not know what the problem was. The dart-throwing statue had not been built yet. If it really doesn't work, should I try to do both a live broadcast and Weibo tomorrow? After making up his mind, Chen Guang first called Xiao Chong to inform him in advance. He planned to do a live broadcast of the dart-throwing competition tomorrow afternoon. Since it was a live broadcast, he couldn't stay at home alone. Chen Guang also found a famous dart-throwing club in Wujing on the internet and prepared to go directly to the venue tomorrow morning. Since he was going to do it, he had to do it the best. Therefore, he had to take a shower and change his clothes. Then, he calmed down and adjusted his state of mind and state. After doing this, he decisively lay down on the bed, quickly meditated, and then fell asleep. The next morning, before he had time to go out, he received good news. Weibo's social media traffic fee had been received. No more, no less. It was exactly 1 million in cash. Normal social media with tens of millions of fans did not have such a high advertising commission. Those who understood would know that the same tens of millions of fans Chen Guang had were all living users who could provide real click-through rates. Some celebrities with 40 to 50 million fans had less than a third of Chen Guang's Weibo comments and reposts. He was worried that he did not have enough money to get a membership card for the dart-throwing club. Weibo's company was kind enough to give him a big gift. He went to the breakfast shop at the entrance of the community and ate 3 big buns and a bowl of porridge. He enjoyed the joy of a commoner's breakfast. Then, under the gaze of some girls in the community with ulterior motives, he drove out in his phaeton. Nowadays, sunglasses were a common item. Without them, it was almost impossible to move. Fortunately, he was not famous enough at the moment. After all, there were only a few people who could recognize him from his face and figure. A pair of sunglasses was enough. When he arrived in the city, he went to the place he had inquired about. Darts could be considered a minority among the minority. In the vast Wujing city, there were less than 5 clubs that specialized in this line of business. The club that Chen Guang had chosen was currently the largest. At about 10 o'clock in the morning, he leisurely arrived at the place and walked into the empty hall. It was so quiet that a sneeze could scare the soul out of a person. The girls at the front desk were quite pretty. They tidied themselves up cleanly and looked energetic. "Hello, sir. Are you here to register for the competition?" One of the petite receptionists put down her phone and gave Chen Guang a professional smile. Chen Guang hesitated in his heart for about 3 seconds. With the old man's current status and the old man's extremely handsome beauty, oh no, appearance, if he put the UBS black card on the counter and asked for her number, he would definitely get it. What prompted him to dispel this idea was that he keenly discovered a few words on the front desk girl's phone screen. She seemed to be a novel reader. If I'm not mistaken, isn't the title of the book by Nyangzi's unlucky wife "How Many Times Do You Love Me?" I'm a young man with ideals and pursuits. I can't ruin my reputation in this kind of place. I have to keep a distance from this kind of girl who has a different outlook on life and the world. No, I'm not here to register. I just want to ask how much is one membership card? What kind of model is this? What kind of venue can you provide me? He said and then took off his sunglasses. Ah. Aren't you Chen Guang? As soon as the sunglasses were taken off, the girl directly screamed. The few people next to her also turned their heads when they heard this. In the spacious hall, there was a lot of chatter, and it was very lively. Chen Guang broke out in a cold sweat. He was recognized so quickly. Fortunately, he kept his integrity just now, or else his reputation would be ruined in minutes. How free are you guys all day? Even the slightest movement on the internet makes you guys pay attention to it. I took off my sunglasses for less than 2 seconds and you guys already recognized me. Aren't your reactions a little too fast? With a smile, he flicked his hair and replied, "Not bad. I'm indeed Chen Guang." Seeing that he admitted it so straightforwardly, the girls were even more excited. "You're more handsome in real life than you look on the internet." A short-haired girl handed the phone forward with a red face, pointed to the screen and said, "Celebrity, I actually met a celebrity. All-around Superman. I'm a fan of your Weibo. Look, this is the message I posted yesterday." Chen Guang looked down and blushed. This girl was very bold and very violent. "Hubby, f*ck me. Ah, not this one." The short-haired girl took the phone back in a panic and stole a glance at Chen Guang, looking like she wanted to welcome him. Chen Guang grinned. "I admire decisive and bold fans like you. Let's go to the toilet next door and talk about life." She took the phone back again. The previous one was wrong. "It's this one." When Chen Guang took another look, his face turned even redder. He had no idea what to say about people nowadays. This comment was even more beastly than the previous one. It was written, f*ck, stop. The girl next to her was unhappy. "Hey. Xiaofang, aren't you ashamed? He's Jin Shiyue's boyfriend. How could he like you?" The short-haired girl called Xiaofang heard this and immediately shrank to the side. "Yes, but brother all around, can you give me an autograph?" "No. I can like him. To be honest, Xiaofang, you're very beautiful. This curvy body is very worthy of the old man's aesthetic standards." Hee, these beauties really know how to joke. His heart was about to spurt blood, but Chen Guang only put on a carefree smile on his face. He was quite mature and steady. With a sense of loss that was about to swallow him whole, he signed a few names on the notebooks for the girls, which was considered to have passed the test. "Yes. I got Jin Shiyue's boyfriend's autograph. I'm so happy. This is Jin Shiyue's boyfriend." Chen Guang silently raised his head and looked at the chandelier on the ceiling. He thought to himself, "Brother chandelier, why don't you just drop it and smash me to death? I'm about to die. Because of Jin Shiyue's Weibo, how much sin would I have to suffer?" He had never felt so remorseful before. "Why don't I go back and announce our breakup on Weibo? What's all this fuss about?" At this time, a middle-aged man in a suit walked out from the back office. He seemed to have tolerated the few girls at the front desk for a long time. "Although there aren't many customers this morning, can you guys be more professional?" "Ah. Manager." A few of the girls exclaimed and quickly sat up straight, putting on a serious expression. Xiaofang's expression changed the fastest. "Hello sir, this is our membership system brochure. Please read it carefully. Our membership system is divided into 3 levels." The manager in a suit walked over and glared fiercely at the few receptionists. Then, he screamed with a voice that was sharper than a woman's, "Oh my God! Chen Guang! Almighty Superman! Jin Shiyue's boyfriend! Oh my God! f*ck, my ears! After all this time, you're the same kind of person as them." After living for almost 21 years, this was the first time Chen Guang experienced the benefits of swiping his face card. Without spending a penny, he became a lifetime diamond member of the club, worth 188,800 renminbi. The price he paid was that the manager dragged a few girls at the front desk to take a photo with him. In a few days, this photo would be hung on the wall together with a few other framed photos. Chen Guang looked around casually. There were already photos of Intral Asia Pacific CEO, Mr. XX, an unknown and unfamiliar famous actor, Mr. XX, and a former leader, Mr. XX. Thinking about it carefully, his photo could be hung together with these people. It seemed to be a symbol of status. He asked the manager to arrange a room for him. First, he casually threw darts in the club to get the feeling. Although his skills were already at the peak, he still had to carefully think about how to do some tricks to attract attention during the live broadcast. The time of the live broadcast with Xiao Tsong was around 12:30 p.m. That was the short lunch break for office workers, and after school for the monks. It was the time of the day when he could get the most popularity. Xiao Tsong was kind. After Chen Guang told him about it last night, he started to build momentum on the internet. When it was almost noon, the news that Almighty Superman was going to start a new round of live broadcast had already caused an uproar on the internet. This was the reason why there was a lot of controversy when one was popular. The content of his previous live broadcast was the game Dota. The people who were attracted were either fans of the celebrities who reposted it or fans of Dota. In the past few days, the people who accompanied him in his live broadcast were basically people who really liked this game. There were people who criticized him, but there weren't many, and they were all concentrated in the category of Dota. Of course, in the end, he also showed his undeniable ability and made all the doubters shut their mouths. The only god in the world with 4 servers, no one could doubt him no matter what he said. But this time, in Xiao Tsong's promotion, he, as a game streamer, stopped broadcasting games halfway through and switched to broadcasting darts, which people couldn't understand. Those who didn't like him had something to say, especially the hired water army of Bamboo's rival platform. They were even more unscrupulous. What's so good about throwing darts? Is he treating people like fools? That's right. I think it's super boring even if I use my toes to think about it. He thinks he's a celebrity, and anything he broadcasts can be popular. Who cares if you want to watch it or not? Some people, with a little bit of fame, become arrogant. No matter how loud Bamboo's advertisement is, I'm not interested in watching other people throw darts. Just thinking about it makes me feel awkward. Once Xiao Tsong's promotion started, similar views emerged on the internet. Coupled with the fight between Chen Guang and Zhang Tianming's fans hated him. They even formed a group to criticize his Weibo post announcing that he was going to broadcast his dart skills. Chapter 466. Chen Guang only smiled calmly at these doubts and negations. He then activated the membership function of Weibo and muted them. It couldn't be helped. Old Master Guang was just that magnanimous and never bothered with invisible haters. Little Tsong wasn't very confident about Chen Guang's live stream. He hoped that Chen Guang would broadcast games honestly. Even if he changed from Dota Tower to League of Legends, it would still be within the scope of games. With Chen Guang's standard, he would be able to maintain a stable live stream for a period of time. Coupled with Bamboo's disregard for returns, if he didn't become popular, Little Tsong wouldn't be able to continue his business. Of course, Zhongbai had also given him a heads up. He patted his chest and told him that no matter what it was, as long as Brother Racer God said there was no problem, he shouldn't be so suspicious and just go ahead and smash it. As long as he was willing to believe in him, he would definitely give him a bright tomorrow. It was noon, and Chen Guang's live stream was about to begin. His fans were waiting eagerly, and his enemies were secretly cursing him. At noon, surrounded by the club's receptionist, Chen Guang had a sumptuous Western meal in the club. The club's boss came late after hearing the news. He first praised the manager who gave Chen Guang his lifetime membership for free, and then went to talk to Chen Guang about the live stream advertisement. Frankly speaking, Chen Guang didn't know much about these things and didn't know how to ask for a price. Everything happened in a hurry, and he didn't even think about selling the advertisement rights for his live stream. The club's boss proposal came too suddenly. Chen Guang had to call Little Tsong, who was knowledgeable, to discuss this matter before he had a grasp on it. Both parties negotiated another latter contract. As for how much he could get, it would depend on the number of viewers and the duration of the live stream. At 12:30, the live stream started on time. The pretty receptionist named Little Fong received a temporary task and was responsible for taking pictures of Chen Guang up and down with her phone. On the other side, the club's boss, who was a photography enthusiast, simply took out his digital camera and was responsible for recording the video, preparing to post it on Weibo later. Zhongbai? Have you really seen him throw darts? Little Tsong was anxiously waiting in the live broadcast room. As he watched the popularity of the live broadcast room slowly increase, he felt very nervous. A few days ago, when Chen Guang broadcasted Dota, as long as it was broadcasted, in less than 5 minutes, the number of viewers in the live broadcast room could exceed 300,000. At most, in half an hour, all of them were more than 1 million. At the peak of the night, even 2 million live viewers were not a problem. Today's show was about darts. The content seemed to be a little too long, and the popularity was not as high as before. Little Tsong really could not calm down, so he quietly called Zhong Bai to ask for some reassurance. He didn't expect Zhong Bai to lose his temper. "What did you say when we signed the contract? This is the first time he's changed his approach, and you're already so suspicious. How are you going to cooperate with him in the future? If you really don't feel at ease, I'll help you talk to him. Why don't you just cancel the contract?" Little Tsong hurriedly explained that he didn't have such thoughts and was just feeling guilty for a moment. It wasn't just Little Tsong who was worried. Seeing that the popularity of the live broadcast room was not as high as before, the people who were scolding Chen Guang had something to say. In fact, Chen Guang himself was also quite troubled. Seeing that the popularity of the live broadcast was increasing rather slowly, and then looking at the bullet screen, one after another, saying that there were no games and that he was broadcasting outdoors, he unfollowed it and left. This made him even lose the mood to perform. "Boss, why don't you help me shoot a short video first, then I'll post it on Weibo to increase my popularity." 5 minutes later, Chen Guang posted a 30-second long video on Weibo. There were no special effects or any editing. It was just him standing far away and throwing a few darts. Then, the club boss carried the DV and jogged all the way to the front of the target, just in time to see the few darts that he had thrown earlier strung together. There was a caption attached below. "The strongest unique dart technique in history. If you don't watch it, you'll regret it for life." After that, he didn't care about anything else. He just held the darts and threw them at the target. He even chased the club boss and Xiao Feng out of the training room. He only asked them to place the DV and mobile phone on the cabinet and film it in his direction. The popularity of the live broadcast room increased very slowly. Even though Little Tsong had thrown out a lot of advertisements, the people who initially clicked into the live broadcast room were basically here for the game. When they saw that he was not broadcasting a game but a dart-throwing game, most of the game viewers ran away. On one side, the audience was constantly losing viewers, and on the other side, there were new viewers who were attracted by advertisements or Almighty Superman's Weibo. With one side decreasing and the other increasing, it was already good that the total number of viewers could still increase. Slowly, the number of viewers increased by 10,000. Until an hour after the broadcast, the total number of viewers had not exceeded 500,000. This was embarrassing. This time, Almighty Superman finally made a fool of himself. He forgot his surname after becoming popular for a while. Did he look down on others? How embarrassing, isn't it? He hasn't reached 500,000 viewers after broadcasting for half an hour. How embarrassing, isn't it? I'll just quietly watch him show off and quietly watch him suffer. If it's not a game, who would like to watch it? Even if I'm broadcasting Super Mario, as long as Bamboo gives me these promotional resources, my number of viewers will be much higher. Similar comments kept popping up in the bullet screen. Little Tsong had no other choice. He did not spend a single cent less on the promotional resources, but darts broadcasting was still too niche. Moreover, if he kept going against the target, there wouldn't be any fresh excitement and it wouldn't be able to attract people. At around 3 in the afternoon, the number of viewers was stuck at 600,000. It didn't go up or down, and it couldn't move anymore. Chen Guang stared at his phone anxiously. He felt sorry for himself. There were only a few viewers, and there was no hope of getting the statue of God. At this moment, Azure suddenly said in his heart, "Didn't we agree before? How much time has passed in 2 months? You can count the days yourself. Anyway, I'll say the ugly words first. If you don't complete it within the time limit, you'll definitely experience what it's like to be the king of anal prolapse in one-line heavens. It'll definitely be beyond your imagination. Qin Guang was anxious. Don't do that. Unfortunately, it was useless. Azure didn't say anything again. The points of a certain Dota ID called Zhang Luhua were skyrocketing. She was really busy. Could it be that the old man's sea of stars was going to stop here? The owner of the heavenly Holy Grail had died of anal prolapse? I'm not convinced. At this moment, a certain pale-faced youth came to the darts club. It was someone Qin Guang hadn't expected, Shui Lin. He pushed the door open and saw Qin Guang's battered appearance. He rushed up and said, "I've finally found you again." Qin Guang wasn't in the mood to waste time with him. He just thought that he was here to be his disciple again. I've said it many times. I can't teach you inner force. You win. I'm not in the mood to talk nonsense with you now. Shui Lin said anxiously, No. Brother Qin Guang, I'm not here to learn inner force. Qin Guang waved his hand and pointed to the phone. Wait, I'm doing a live broadcast here. Your identity is sensitive. Don't let slip what you shouldn't say. Shui Lin looked at the phone's camera blankly. Live broadcast? What's that? You and I are definitely not the same age. You're a pitiful person without leisure and entertainment. Shui Lin said seriously, I'm a soldier. My duty is to protect the country. Soldiers don't need entertainment. Alright, shut up. If these words get out, you'll be swallowed alive by your comrades. Qin Guang waved his hand impatiently. Go, I'm busy. Shui Lin seemed to be determined. He wouldn't give up until he achieved his goal. He lowered his voice and said, I've asked Uncle Wu. Your fist force can reach 800 kilograms. But you don't look strong. You don't even know inner force. So I think you must have a very special training method. Brother Qin Guang, on behalf of the military, I formally apply to you to ask you to teach this training method to the military. This is a matter of unparalleled merit. This is more applicable than inner force. Do you believe that I won't beat you up? This is my trump card. You want to take it from me with just a sentence of unparalleled merit? Are you an idiot or what? Or do you think I'm stupid? Qin Guang was annoyed by his words. He said it as if he would be a sinner if he didn't teach it. He couldn't stand this kind of saying that he wanted to take personal things and turn them into the country's. Shui Lin's words reminded him of a joke. Someone dug out a priceless Ming Dynasty cultural relic from his home and donated it to the country. He received a reward of 5,000 yuan. Haha. Besides, how could he teach his Qilin arm training method? If he really told him everything, wouldn't it make him think that he was a big liar? Can I tell you that my 800-kilogram fist force was achieved by hitting more than 2,000 brass fireworks? However, Shui Lin's appearance still made him vigilant. His performance was still a bit beyond ordinary people. It was inevitable that he would attract attention. Qin Guang thought, I don't know if Shui Lin is doing this on his own or if he was instructed by someone. They can't get the inner force training method from people like Wenwen, so they are thinking of me, an ordinary person? This is not a good thing. I don't want to be dragged to be dissected and studied for no reason. Who can I find to reason with? I really don't mean that. As long as you are willing to teach me. Although Shui Lin was handsome, he was really a martial arts fanatic. He made a decision in his mind and couldn't change it at all. He stared at Qin Guang and said so. All of a sudden, Qin Guang's expression turned solemn as he asked, Is this your personal idea, or did someone send you here? Shui Lin was stunned at first, and then said without thinking, It's just my personal idea at the moment, but as long as you are willing, bang. Aren't you looking for trouble for me? Qin Guang punched him in the stomach. He was already angry. Last time on the Phoenix Spring Mountain, you and Uncle Wu helped me deal with the aftermath. I owe you some favors, but you'd better put away this idea in your heart. I'm not always so easy to talk to. Do you think I'm easy to bully or what? Are you done? Shui Lin still wanted to say something, but Qin Guang punched him in the stomach again, making him completely unable to resist. If beating me can make you change your mind, then beat me. Although Shui Lin couldn't move, he straightened his neck and still didn't give in. Since I saw my brother die in front of me, I made up my mind to make myself more powerful. No one can shake me. His eyes flashed with madness. Chapter 467. Chen Guang fell silent. He knew what Shui Lin meant. The first time they met, Shui Lin had said something similar. Shui Lin had single-handedly annihilated World 9 and his men without any injuries. Shui Lin had led a special forces team to encircle World 8 and his men, but 3 of his comrades had died. Shui Lin would definitely feel indignant. The last time they met, Shui Lin had wanted to learn something, but he hadn't been this crazy. What happened? Chen Guang moved closer and asked softly. Shui Lin took a deep breath and lowered his voice. He gritted his teeth and said, "The day before yesterday, the Shattered World Organization launched a revenge operation. They ambushed 8 of my colleagues who were on a mission at the border. My 8 brothers, who had gone through thick and thin with me, are all dead. I want to take revenge for them." Chen Guang's heart tightened. What? Didn't you say that the Shattered World wouldn't dare enter the country? Shui Lin lowered his head. That's why they did it outside the border. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have let my guard down. I should have known that they wouldn't let this go. If I had asked them to be more careful, they wouldn't have been ambushed when they were defenseless. If I had left World 8 behind, they wouldn't have died. I caused the deaths of my brothers. I can't accept this. I really can't accept this. As he said this, Shui Lin's body trembled uncontrollably. He couldn't hide the pain and anger in his heart. Although Chen Guang hated Shui Lin, he was still thinking about the people from Shui Lin's Special Forces team who had helped clean up the mess on Phoenix Spring Mountain. Although Chen Guang had never spoken to them, he remembered that they were all energetic young men. He hadn't expected that after not seeing them for half a month, they would be separated from each other. If he were in Shui Lin's shoes and his comrades died, he would probably feel as indignant and resentful as Shui Lin. But you shouldn't have to face this alone, right? Didn't the military say anything? Chen Guang's tone started to soften. He didn't want to admit it, but he was indeed touched by Shui Lin. Shui Lin shook his head. You don't know the uniqueness of the Shattered World Organization. Although the Chinese military has always been strong, they can't do much about this kind of hidden killer organization. Unless it's absolutely necessary, the military won't openly declare war with the killer organization. This often represents a huge unstable factor. Chen Guang nodded. He could understand what Shui Lin was talking about. When facing hidden enemies, if they couldn't eliminate them cleanly, they couldn't easily start a conflict. Even if Shui Lin's comrades had already paid the price of their lives outside the border, this matter was too important to be willful and reckless like a child playing house. If top-notch assassins like Sure 8 and 9 were to flood into the country on a large scale, the damage they could cause would probably not be inferior to a small-scale war. In a country that prioritized stability, this was an unbearable burden. I can't rely on the military, Chen, Yue Yen, Guer. I can Tian, and Tian Lin, Guer, Tian, Lin, Lin, Yang. I want to fight against the Shattered World with my own strength. My current strength isn't enough. Shui Lin said. Seeing that Chen Guang was moved, Shui Lin continued, I can swear to God that as long as you're willing to help me, I won't leak your secret. If I can make it back alive, my life will be yours from now on. Sister Wutong and I grew up together. She knows what kind of person I am. Please, on account that I'm Sister Wutong's childhood friend, help me. Chen Guang was briefly stunned by Su Tao's words. He couldn't reject Su Tao's offer. But I really can't teach you this method. I can't explain it to you, but I can only tell you that my situation can't be replicated. If I could teach you, I would teach you. But the truth is that I really can't teach you. Qin Guang helplessly sighed and continued, I can't bear to see you like this. Actually, you can teach me. At this moment, Liuli's voice suddenly appeared in his heart. Qin Guang was shocked. Huh? I can teach you? What do you mean? Liuli chuckled. Faith. It can't be. Faith has such an effect? Qin Guang was dumbfounded. Liuli nodded in his heart. There's no hope for him to reach your level, but it's still possible to help him strengthen a little. Pay about 600,000 faith points, and you can drag the target designated by the redeemed into a designated world in a cup and enjoy a short training service. As for the effect, it might be 1/3 to half of a normal world in a cup. It depends on the trainee's talent and luck. Take this young man in front of you. From my point of view, the effect of his training will be about 2/5 of yours. Qin Guang asked, that's an increase of 20% from his current level? Liuli nodded. Yes. 600,000 faith points. Liuli nodded again. That's right. By paying the faith points, you will have more control over the additional world in a cup. After all, this is a benefit that you have earned yourself. You can think of it as a value-added service of the Heavenly Holy Grail. It's similar to the Blue Diamond or Purple Diamond membership in QQ. This made Qin Guang overjoyed. Then, won't I be able to train whoever I want? This is too awesome. Liuli chuckled. It's not that simple. When you are training by yourself, with my protection, you won't die no matter what. But if it's someone else, I won't be able to protect them. A moment of carelessness and they will die. This young man in front of you is considered to have very good innate conditions among ordinary people, but his survival rate is no higher than 37%. Do you have to be so accurate? It's that accurate. What you train is only half-baked skills, and you can lose your life at any time. Are you willing to let your female confidants go in and die? Qin Guang shook his head. I really can't bear to. But this young man, you are willing to, right? Liuli asked. Qin Guang thought for a while. I definitely have to make things clear with him. If he insists, I have no reason to refuse. Oh right, this won't expose you, will it? Don't worry about this. The Heavenly Holy Grail still has some tricks up its sleeve. After it's done, he won't remember anything. He only knows one thing, and that is that he became stronger after waking up. Xue Lin still didn't know that Qin Guang had already made an unspeakable PY deal with Liuli in his heart. When she heard Qin Guang say that he couldn't teach her, she just lay on the ground with an ashen face. She really didn't have any spirit left in her. He said quietly, forget it. If it's really fate, then I don't have any extravagant hopes. In a few days, I will try it alone. My brothers are all dead, and I don't have the qualifications to live on alone. Even if I die, I will drag a few people from the world's shatter down with me. Qin Guang's gaze shifted. You really aren't afraid of death? Xue Lin's expression changed. Of course. I'm a soldier. It's really good to be a soldier. I thank you on behalf of ordinary people. Qin Guang suddenly praised her. Xue Lin was a little embarrassed. Don't say that. Actually, I didn't make any great contributions. On the contrary, I feel very incompetent. Actually, I have a way to teach you, but it will take some time to prepare. You're not in a hurry, right? Qin Guang suddenly changed the topic. Xue Lin was overjoyed. Really? It's okay. I can wait. With a grin on his face, Qin Guang continued, but I'll say it first. This method of mine isn't guaranteed to work. If you succeed, your strength will increase by 20%. However, if you're not careful, you will die under my training. Your survival rate is only 37%. Don't ask me why I can calculate it so accurately. Anyway, this is the probability. Will you do it? Oh my god. Increased by 20%. Shui Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Qin Guang felt that the training effect was reduced. However, in Shui Lin's mind, it was almost a fantasy. As an elite special force soldier, he had long practiced the conventional training methods to the extreme. His innate conditions had also been developed to the limit. If he couldn't learn inner force, no matter how hard he trained, he could only maintain his current level. That was why he wanted to learn inner force like crazy. That was why he shamelessly came to Qin Guang for help. However, it was just a desperate attempt. Now that he suddenly heard what Qin Guang said, it could actually increase his arm strength by 20%. This was simply a miracle. This meant that his physical strength could surpass the shackles of his own innate conditions and reach another level. At the level of special force soldiers, the gap between the real top powerhouses and ordinary excellent soldiers was often this little bit of improvement. Everyone had practiced the conventional training methods to the extreme. As long as they could go one step beyond the limit and surpass the limits of human conditions, whether it was reaction speed or strength, any of these military qualities could make this special force soldier stand out and become the elite of the elite. He actually said he could forcibly increase it by 20%. I'm not dreaming, right? Then I will become one of the strongest soldiers in the entire Chinese military world. Is what you said true? 20%? You're not lying to me, are you? Shui Lin asked with a trembling voice. Qin Guang's mouth twitched. Bro, what you're concerned about is not what I think. Shouldn't you be concerned about your own survival rate? Nonsense, what do I get from lying to you? 20% is nothing. Otherwise, where do you think my 800 kilograms fist came from? Shui Lin nodded heavily. Okay. Let's do it. You might die. It's not a joke. You might really die. Shui Lin laughed. Even if there is only a 1/3 chance of survival, I can't resist this temptation, not to mention your survival rate is as high as 37%. I have no reason to refuse at all. I have never been afraid of death. Qin Guang looked at his firm eyes and only silently said in his heart, what a handsome man of iron blood. Then the matter was settled. It was just that the pitiful production of faith value was only about 34,000 a day. It was not easy to save 150,000 before, but Lu Li casually used the cup to accelerate it. Now, it was very difficult to save more than 100,000. There was still a long way to go to meet the expenses of 600,000. This feeling was as embarrassing as finding out that the credit card had been maxed out before the Moonlight clan had received their salary. It was not easy to earn some faith value. It was unavoidable that he felt sorry for himself if he gave it away before he even got it. Therefore, he could not help Shui Lin for nothing. He had to make some contributions for himself. Qin Guang rolled his eyes and already had an idea. Qin Guang smiled. The old man is touched by your sincerity. I have no problem helping you, but before that, you have to help me do something small. Shui Lin was at a loss. What? Chapter 468. 15 minutes later, the owner of the dart club was sweating profusely as he looked at Qin Guang and Shui Lin, who was fixed on the big disc. His heart was pounding. This disc was used by an acrobat trained in the club. The acrobat's wife was tied to the disc, and then the acrobat threw a knife at the disc. The knife would graze the acrobat's wife and hit the disc. In order to increase the excitement of the acrobatic performance, the big disc could also be spun, and the performance on TV was perfect. This kind of performance was very exciting, and the acrobat was very popular in China. Now, he was not popular anymore. As for where he was now? In prison. How did he get in? The cause and effect of the incident was too bloody to talk about, so it was better not to talk about it. It was also painful, and everyone had to sigh. Now, the grass on the grave of the poor acrobat's wife was already 3 feet high. Bro, do you really want to do this? This is not good. If something happens, I will not be able to answer to my superiors. The club owner tried to persuade him. When the acrobat had an accident outside, the whole club had to close down for 3 months. Although this incident had nothing to do with them, it was inevitable that they would be implicated. Chen Guang had absolute confidence in himself. He just waved his hand. It's okay. You can rest assured. Xue Lin also said, Boss, don't worry about me. I am doing this voluntarily. I will never implicate you. The club owner's face was full of tears. He thought to himself, celebrities nowadays really know how to play. I am so nervous. Otherwise, I should quietly call the police to stop these 2 lunatics. Xue Lin reminded him. Boss, don't call the police. I am from the army, and I am the captain of the special forces of the Wujing military region. The police system cannot interfere with my decisions. In short, I believe in Bro Chen Guang. The boss's face was even more bitter. Oh my God, you are from the army. That's right. Chen Guang's plan was very simple. Seeing that throwing darts was not enough to make him popular, he might as well do something more exciting and scary. Live people as targets. Just ask the audience if they are afraid, and if it is exciting. I don't believe this won't be popular. When Chen Guang saw that Xue Lin was so understanding and thought highly of him, he gave him 32 thumbs up in his heart. Although I've always been annoyed by you, I have to admit that you have good taste. Don't worry, my dart skills are world-class, no, historical. Looking at the history of the human race for 5,000 years, this is definitely unprecedented. Even if I closed my eyes and swung it, I definitely wouldn't be able to stab you. Xue Lin nodded. I know. I have a 37% chance of surviving. Chen Guang rolled his eyes. To be honest, I wasn't referring to this when I said probability. The boss was about to cry. He didn't know how the 2 of them calculated just now. The death rate was as high as 63%. This was the end. Boss, help me add some words to the live broadcast. He pulled the boss over. Chen Guang was not very familiar with the live broadcast on mobile phones. Add what? Gentle reminder, this is a professional performance. Please do not imitate it. Old version, this pitiful boss was really crying. The people in the live broadcast room also realized that the situation was not right. After Xue Lin came in, the audience could not hear clearly what the 2 of them were mumbling about. They only knew that the 2 of them seemed to be very agitated and even got into a fight. As they fought, the white-faced handsome guy who just came in was tied up on a plate. Could it be that Brother All-Purpose was going to play it big? F***CK. He's going to play for real. Hurry. Hurry up and hit 110. These 2 lunatics. Who can stop the 2 of them? Hurry. Is there any baller who can help Brother All-Purpose increase his popularity? Can you let him take a break? He's going crazy from wanting to be famous. What's going on in this young handsome guy's head? How can he be so crazy with him? Not to mention the audience, even Comrade Little Tsong, who had been waiting in the live broadcast room, jumped up from his office chair. Oh my God, brother, you're playing with your life. I don't care, I'm going to call the police. No one can stop me. The live broadcast had been upgraded again. Previously, during the live broadcast, Chen Guang had used his phone to shoot from the side, where he was throwing darts at a target in the distance. However, with Xiao Fang's enthusiastic help, the live broadcast had been upgraded to 3 cameras at the same time. One of the cameras was aimed at the big round plate with the human target hanging on it. Another was aimed horizontally to capture all the scenes in the training room. The third camera was aimed at the main character, Chen Guang, trying to show his image in the most grandiose way possible. Xiao Fang, can you polish this phone? Can you polish it to make me more handsome? Chen Guang asked. Xiao Fang nodded. Of course. The beautifying camera has a 10-degree polish. Which degree do you want? Do you even need to ask? Of course, it has to be the highest. All right. Forget it, don't polish it. I'm going to disappear. This isn't called polishing, it's called atomization. Although the club boss was very reluctant, he couldn't dissuade Chen Guang and Xue Lin. After the police received the call from the enthusiastic crowd, they arrived within 5 minutes. However, no one could stop the two madmen, Chen Guang and Xue Lin. At first, the responsible police intended to kidnap Xue Lin directly. They thought that this young man must have been brainwashed by the internet celebrity, and that he was playing with his life. However, Xue Lin took out her military officer's ID. After the police saw the young man's position on the ID and said that this was a special and confidential mission, they didn't want to interfere. In desperation, the crowd forced Chen Guang and Xue Lin to spend 10 minutes to write a contract, stating that this matter was decided by the two of them after careful consideration, and all the consequences would be borne by them. While they were busy dealing with these matters, Chen Guang didn't know that the number of people in his live broadcast room was skyrocketing. No one can stop Brother Allrounder from seeking death. It's so pitiful. This young man is very handsome. How can he be a psychopath? Can anyone contact Jean Shiriyue? Call her quickly and ask her to stop her man. I'm Chen Guang's primary school classmate. I can responsibly tell you that this guy is dead. Strongly boycott this kind of unscrupulous streamer who disregards human life for popularity. I'm an acrobat from the Liaodong art troupe. I tell you clearly that he is committing a crime. It's illegal. Without professional certification and long-term professional training, this kind of behavior of using a real person as a human target is murder. Finally, an industry insider stood out to accuse Chen Guang. However, not everyone on the internet was cursing. Those that have watched Chen Guang's previous videos weren't feeling any pressure at all. They also understood that even if a mosquito was tied to a wall, Brother Allrounder could cut off the mosquito's left leg without harming its joints, let alone placing a person there. Acrobat brother, I suggest you go to Brother Allrounder's Weibo first. Like God. Please accept me as your disciple. 5 minutes later, Acrobat brother returned. I'm pissing myself laughing. Acrobat brother is kneeling. All in all, the popularity of Chen Guang's live stream did not decrease in the slightest even after half an hour of preparation. On the contrary, the number of viewers had exceeded 2 million, and it was still rising. An unknown enthusiastic police officer, Mr. Little Tsong, looked at the live broadcast in despair. He felt complicated and awkward. The popularity of Chen Guang's live broadcast exploded again. This was good news. Investing in him was definitely worth the ticket price. But he was courting death on his own website. If something really went wrong, Little Tsong expressed great pressure. Regardless of the noise outside, Chen Guang was very calm and ready to start work. Swinging his hand, Chen Guang smiled at the club boss, the receptionist, and a few police officers who were looking at him from behind. Comrades, I'm starting. Xue Lin roared, come on. Giving him a thumbs up, Chen Guang felt that Su Tao knew what was good for him. Everyone else might think that he was courting death, but only Su Tao knew that this was a piece of cake. Dad. Mom. I love you guys. Little Xue couldn't control his emotions and roared. Chen Guang, F***ck, what do you mean? Are you looking down on me? After today, I'll take revenge for my brothers. Then I'll go home and find a girlfriend to get married. Little Xue came again. Whoosh. A dart shot out like lightning and hit less than an inch away from Xue Lin's earlobe. Chen Guang couldn't take it anymore. If this son of a b***tch continued to make jokes, the old man's live broadcast would become an entertainment program. This isn't a talk show, so save it for me. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Another 3 darts flew out and hit Xue Lin's armpit and crotch. After throwing a few more darts, this familiar scene, familiar feeling, and familiar method, Chen Guang felt like he had returned to the time when he poked himself into a hornet's nest in the darts world. How painful was that? How much pain did I have to pay? The blood that flowed from my body could even fill up the entire Cup World's pond. Only then was I able to master the god's dart. It's time to use a magnificent performance to commemorate this old man's lost youth. This time, he grabbed 4 darts at the same time. The live broadcast room was filled with exclamations. 8 darts. Screams could be heard in front of the computer. 24 darts. Countless people covered their eyes in front of the computer. Spin. Chen Guang pressed the button and the disc began to spin slowly. The audience felt their scalps tingle. The darts were thrown out like raindrops. Speed up. The audience dialed 110 again. The darts were thrown out like a rainstorm. Speed up. The audience was speechless. The darts were thrown like they were worthless. Stop. The disc stopped and they could finally take a breather. Many people didn't dare to look at the screen. The police had already taken out their handcuffs and stood behind Chen Guang. Several white coats rushed out of the ambulance outside the club. Huh. He's fine. When the wheel came to a complete stop, people realized that little Shui was still in the same position. Countless darts crowded around him like grass, but none of them hurt him at all. God. Chapter 469. Unfastening the buckle, Shui Lin jumped down, stretched her arms and shook her legs. Dang 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 dang. I'm fine. I'm alive. Look at what you're saying, it's so unpleasant. I already said it's foolproof. Chen Guang was very displeased with this young man's humility. You're going to fight with the assassin organization to avenge your brother. Look at how scared you are by this little stimulation. You're disappointing me. Countless people in front of the camera also breathed a sigh of relief. They could not believe their eyes. The wheel is spinning so fast. I think he's just throwing it blindly. He really didn't hit a single one. I thought the white-faced guy was dead for sure. Wow. When did the number of viewers reach more than 3 million? Just when everyone thought they could take a short break, Chen Guang and a few girls at the front desk quickly removed the darts and threw them into the basket next to them. Then, Comrade Little Shui went up again. Again? Hasn't he had enough? Everyone was shocked again. Under everyone's gaze, Chen Guang said calmly, I'll step back another 10 meters. Little Chong, the audience, the club owner, the police officer quietly took out his electric baton. Shall we just knock him out? Half an hour later, countless people were screaming and yelling. Comrade Little Shui was put down again, unscathed. At this time, the number of viewers in the live broadcast had exceeded 5 million. They thought it was finally over. This torturous, frightening, and exciting live performance was finally over. They could finally go home after work and feel the warmth of home. Chen Guang said again, Xiaofang, do you have a blindfold? F***CK. Blindfold. What the F***CK? Brothers, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to have a heart attack. I'm leaving first. Brothers, I'm back. I swear, if Brother Almighty can really do this with a blindfold, I'll turn from a hater to a fan and be his fan from now on. Even if it's Brother Almighty's *T, I'll be able to smell it. The God of Darts. I am omnipotent. Don't be in such a hurry to cheer. If something really happens, he'll be in jail. With so many people watching, even Jin Shuriwe won't be able to protect him. Even a celebrity's boyfriend has to go to jail if he breaks the law. That's right. If the emperor breaks the law, he will be punished the same as the commoners. Shui Lin was a battle-hardened soldier. He had been through a hail of bullets many times, so it wasn't like he hadn't tasted death before. He had seen his comrades lying in a pool of blood beside him with his own eyes. There were also bullet holes on his body. However, he never retreated, nor did he fear. He would never compromise, persevering in the righteousness of a soldier. He really didn't want to admit that he was very scared right now. To be honest, this feeling was even more terrifying than facing the enemy's gun on the battlefield. He could only watch as countless darts whizzed towards his face. He couldn't move, couldn't dodge. Again and again, round after round, it was like a never-ending nightmare. Every second, he felt dizzy from the spinning, but at the same time, he felt a fatal threat. The sound of every dart hitting the target was like a drum beating on his heart. At first, Xuelin thought that Qin Guang was just playing around. Gradually, a thought came to his mind. A strange person must have something strange about him. There was no doubt that Qin Guang's strength was strong. With his body size, he could throw a punch with 800 kilograms of strength. This meant that he wasn't inferior to an inner force expert in some aspects. Therefore, a strong person like him wouldn't do things without a goal. This must be a test for him to accept me as his disciple. That's right, he wants to test my courage. If I want to become his disciple and learn his skills, I must have endless courage and guts. Let me face the threat of life and death again and again. Let me constantly squeeze out my potential under this terrible pressure and stimulation. You lied to me. You said you needed to wait for a while, but in fact, you've been teaching me the secret of becoming stronger from now on. Brother Qin Guang, please allow me to call you master in my heart. After waiting for a minute, Xiao Fang ran all the way back, panting heavily as she took back her blindfold. Young lads, mortals, it's time for you to witness the ultimate skill of God's darts that transcends human understanding. From today onwards, I guarantee that no one will dare to say that they know how to throw darts in front of me. In order to show off his domineering attitude, Qin Guang forcefully showed off his tragic acting skills and laughed loudly in a domineering tone. Then, he silently picked up the blindfold and prepared to put it on. Wait, why is it a Mickey Mouse? And it has 2 big ears and wings? Oh no, this blindfold doesn't match my current style. Can I return it? It seems like I don't have enough time. Millions of people are waiting for me to show off my power. If I forcefully return it now, it will affect the rhythm. It's like watching an awards ceremony and forcefully interrupting the advertisement and the XX winner of the year is about to be announced. Forget it, I admit defeat. Therefore, he paused for a while and finally put on the Mickey Mouse blindfold that Xiao Fang passed to him. Pfft! The police officer burst into laughter. Ahem, be serious, be serious. Don't make any noise and disturb Qin Guang. Another police officer reprimanded with a straight face. Then, he covered his mouth and turned his face to the side. The live broadcast room was also filled with laughter. I'm calling the police. Aren't the police just next to us? I'm laughing so hard. Oh my God, I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing so hard that my butt hurts. Just when everyone was laughing, Qin Guang suddenly made his move. His big hand shook violently, and 8 darts flew out brazenly, heading straight for Xuelin. He really shot. Brother, you're a blind man with your eyes covered. Can you be a little more reliable? Do you really want to poke the handsome little guy into a hornet's nest? For a moment, the national average temperature rose by 2 degrees. Because the people who were sitting on their computers or watching the live broadcast on their mobile phones all sucked in a cold breath at the same time. All the cold air was sucked into their stomachs. I'm going to die, I'm going to die, I'm going to die. This is crazy, crazy, crazy. Who can stop this lunatic? Who can save the handsome little guy? Brother Allrounder is going to heaven. He has once again refreshed my outlook on life. Under the dumbfounded gaze of countless people, a string of darts bombarded little Xue, who was sprawled on the ground like a machine gun. After a short while, people finally had the courage to turn their attention to the big wheel's camera. They saw that the elite warrior with a heart of stone and a body of steel, little Xue, was actually so scared that he closed his eyes tightly, and beads of sweat the size of beans dripped down from his forehead. Brother, this method of testing my willpower and courage is too sudden. You're blindfolded. Is this the legendary pear blossom darts that blindfolded? Although I don't want to admit it, I'm really scared to the point of peeing. After a long time, the continuous shooting of darts like a storm finally stopped for a short while. Everyone thought to themselves, since this is blindfolded, he definitely can't be as crazy as usual, right? It should end here, right? Everyone thought so in their hearts. Then, Chen Guang quietly pressed the remote control. Time and space change, the split scene, the reincarnation turns, with the same belief. Damn, he's singing. If I hadn't heard Son Stephanie's Amazing yesterday, I would have almost heard your song as March of the Volunteers. Brother, you've gone off-key to the M78 Nebula. Feeling the vibration caused by the mechanical transmission behind him, and hearing Chen Guang's ear-piercing singing, Comrade Shui Lin shed 2 lines of regretful tears. Comrades, we were all wrong. He didn't plan to stop at all. Spinning blindfolded, there's definitely no other dart acrobatics performance on Earth that's more intense than this. No, this can't be called acrobatics, this is called courting death. Speed up. Help. He's still speeding up. Come on. Speed-changing spiral of destruction. The name of the move has been upgraded again. The club owner and several police officers who were in charge of escorting and watching the show were completely dumbfounded and on the verge of collapse. On the other hand, the few girls at the front desk who had nothing better to lose became more and more confident. While Chen Guang kept asking for darts, Xiaofang and a few other girls quickly moved all the boxes of darts from the club. Finally, the storm stopped again. The basket beside Chen Guang's hand was empty. There were no more darts. The number of viewers in the live stream officially exceeded 8 million at this moment. These were not agreement numbers, nor were they zombie fans, these were real live 8 million people. This meant that out of 187 people in the country, 1 person was watching Chen Guang's live stream. This number of viewers could even compete with the World Cup. It's over, it's finally over, they're free. The people's hearts that had been hanging in mid-air began to slowly fall. No one thought that watching someone throw a dart could be so exciting, their little hearts were about to be squeezed to the point of bursting. At this moment, the blindfolded Chen Guang still did not take off his blindfold. Instead, he spread his hands, "Give me a knife." "Oh no, give me a dart." Xiaofang, whose mind was in a mess, suddenly stuffed the basket that had just been filled with darts into Chen Guang's hands. "Here. F***CKU, you're still coming." "Wait, what are you doing?" "It's just a game of darts, do you really have to do this? Is your Russian name, Don't Play Without Discomfort?" When the people saw Chen Guang lift the basket with his right hand, it felt like he was watching the countdown before the Shenzhou 6 spacecraft took off. Even the calmest man with a heart of stone began to panic. "At least you threw it with your hands before, now you're throwing it with a basket, how much is it worth?" The police officers finally could not hold it in any longer, they rushed forward from the back. "No." "Ah." Shui Lin, who had just opened her eyes to catch her breath, saw the basket in Chen Guang's right hand and slowly shook her head with a pale face. "No." "Ah. Ah." All the viewers in the live stream, "No. Ah." Chapter 470. Eat my great flame explosion of darts. "Ah." Chen Guang roared as he grabbed the basket with his right hand and threw it forward. It was said that blindfolding could reduce a person's sense of shame by several levels. Chen Guang did not believe it in the past, but now he believed it. He would definitely not be able to shout out such a stupid line in his normal state. However, at this moment, he shouted it out very calmly. It was so natural and casual, as if it was predestined. The police comrade was still a step too slow. Therefore, the basket that was thrown out by his arm rolled in the air, and the darts inside scattered like locusts, covering Shui Lin like a dark cloud. "It's over." Everyone cried in their hearts. A second later, the huge disc was filled with countless darts, and time seemed to stand still at this moment. Everyone stared at it, and then they opened their mouths, thinking that they must have been blind. Shui Lin's body was completely stuffed with darts, up and down, left and right. There was not the slightest gap, not even the gap between his toes. The darts were arranged so closely that the trypophobia sufferer averted his gaze immediately. However, Shui Lin was still unharmed. Not only that, there was not a single dart on the wall behind the big disc. This meant that he had done it again. He had blindfolded himself, but he had done it. Not a single dart hit the meat target, and not a single dart had missed the target. Chen Guang took off his blindfold and threw it aside in a very handsome manner. Then he said, "It's done. Come down, young man. It's done." In an instant, the 8 million viewers in the live broadcast room cheered and celebrated in unison. He was finally free, and his poor little heart no longer had to suffer. This handsome young man had finally made it, and his internet celebrity boyfriend Guang no longer had to wait for a jail cell. Thank God for the blessings of the gods. This guy who played with his life, played with other people's lives, used his irrefutable skills and soul-stirring performance to make everyone who watched his live broadcast realize one thing very clearly. He was indeed better at playing darts than anyone else. It was just a small dart, but it was played with elegance and style. It made people's hearts race, but it didn't kill anyone. Xiao Tsong, who had been waiting in the office for nearly 2 hours, slumped on the chair, exhausted. The cold sweat on his back gradually dried up, and he felt a cool breeze. His forehead was sometimes swollen, and sometimes comfortable. It was scary, but it was finally over. Although it was quite satisfying for Bamboo to follow Brother Almighty and win without doing anything this time, spending nearly 2 million yuan in publicity fees today and reaping tens of millions in return, it was still too scary. That afternoon, nearly 5 million new users were added to the platform. During Brother Almighty's live broadcast, the number of online viewers on the platform once again exceeded 10 million. In a sense, during Brother Almighty's live broadcast, Bamboo Live Broadcast had defeated Soy Milk and become the #1 platform in the industry. I really hope that this good brother will be online for 24 hours a day. Xiao Chong kept repeating this unrealistic thought in his mind. Chen Guang looked at the 8 million viewers in the live broadcast room with satisfaction. He gradually had a feeling that the Dart God statue was coming, and he was very pleased about it. His effort had even caused Xiao Shui to be a human target for such a long time. At least his hard work paid off. Thank you for your support today. However, although darts are good, don't be greedy. I'd like to emphasize that my unique skills in darts have been professionally trained. I'm not bragging or lying. I'm the best in the world today. I welcome anyone to challenge me, but I don't welcome anyone to imitate me. Especially don't imitate me and use live performances. It's very dangerous, really very dangerous. Well, that's all for today. We'll see you another day. Before the live broadcast, Chen Guang rarely said goodbye to the audience. The signs that the Dart God statue was about to appear were slowly appearing in the sea of clouds. These guys who watched the live broadcast and sent bullet screen comments were the cornerstone of his statue. It was because of their widespread recognition that there was a statue. With the statue, there would be faith value. The audience was a treasure and had to be coaxed. The all-around Superman's live broadcast room was temporarily closed. The bullet screen was full of exclamations, but this was the most popular sentence. You also know that it's dangerous. In any case, the success of Chen Guang's live broadcast this afternoon was unprecedented. Unlike the last time when he relied on celebrities to help him gain popularity, this time he won fair and square with the content of the live broadcast. This was the right way in the live broadcast industry. Of course, if it went too far, it would be a crooked way. At the same time, the impact of his live broadcast in the national dart industry must be far-reaching. He subverted the traditional darts competition and completely changed the acrobatic performance in folk art. With his extraordinary skills and Little Shui's fearless cooperation, he brought the audience a crushing physical and mental stimulation, which made the audience love and fear him at the same time, and they couldn't stop watching. In the foreseeable future, when the documentary was produced and posted on the internet, it could even continue to spread the influence of this afternoon's live broadcast, which would bring endless benefits. Just like the racing documentary and other videos he released, these were video materials that could be transmitted for a long time. They could continue to ferment with the precipitation of time, for him to gain new fans and provide new faith value. At this time, Chen Guang didn't think too much about the future. He just closed his eyes tightly and immersed his thoughts in the sea of clouds in the world of cups. Standing on the wall of Yunqing far away, on the platform next to the champion's shield of the statue of the god of knives, the statue of the world of darts slowly rose. This time, it would probably be a dart that pierced the sky. Although it was quite domineering, would it duplicate the image of the statue of the god of pencils? It would destroy the overall beauty of the whole world of cups. Wait, what's this thing? Why is it a human head? When the whole statue stood on the platform, Chen Guang said that he wanted to return it. It's actually Xue Lin. Well, under normal circumstances, old man Xue's face isn't ugly, and it's even a little worse than me, but you have slanted eyes, raised eyebrows, tilted head, and puckered mouth. Isn't this destroying the immortal aura of the old man's world of cups? I want to return it. Chen Guang waved his hand. Fortunately, the statue still had a chance to change its image. After a while, it was replaced with the big round plate that Xue Lin was tied to. It looked like a fruit plate, and it was somewhat similar to the image of the champion's shield next to it. However, it was much more pleasing to the eye than the ugly face. Chen Guang closed his eyes tightly and began to explore the production of faith value of the statue of the god of darts. After a while, he opened his eyes with some regret. The live broadcast audience had exploded to such an extent, but the daily production was only about 4,000. It wasn't as impressive as he had imagined. But after thinking about it carefully for a while, he also understood that although playing darts seemed to be a popular sport, not many people really liked or understood it. Even Chen Guang himself didn't understand the rules of the darts tournament. Although the number of viewers in the live broadcast room was large, most of them were just there to watch the fun. However, if the fans didn't personally participate in this matter, it would be difficult to form a strong and wholehearted worship in their hearts. The production rate of fanatical fans in darts was far less than that of esports. Although there were many ordinary fans, and every ordinary fan or passerby could always provide a little faith value, the difference between the production capacity of fanatical fans and ordinary fans was not 1 or 2 orders of magnitude. Fanatical fans could provide a 2-digit number of faith points. The most common ones were ordinary spectators who came to watch the show. They might provide faith points with a few digits after the decimal point. One fanatical fan was equivalent to tens of thousands of ordinary fans. However, he soon became happy again. After all, more than 4,000 a day was already a lot, and it seemed that it was still slowly increasing. The potential was still very great. Right now, the total daily production capacity was close to 40,000 faith points. Today, he had dug out a new value-added service from Azure. The effects of faith points were obviously not limited to what he had seen so far. Therefore, it was better to be prepared than not to have too many faith points. Today, it was worth risking Xue Lin's life. Damn, when I have money, I will learn from Murdoch and buy a media group to hype myself every day. Every day, I will use different tricks to attract people's attention. When the matter was done, Chen Guang asked Xue Lin to go back and wait patiently. It was useless to be anxious. However, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he worked with the boss at the club to transfer the high-definition video recorded by the DV to a USB flash drive to take away. He planned to go back and find a way to make a film like Wang Qing's racing documentary. In addition, although the boss was frightened this time, it was a blessing in disguise. Through this afternoon's live broadcast, his club was considered to be a small hit in the country. The boss was also a straightforward person. The advertising fee in the original negotiated ladder contract was about 100,000 yuan a day. Now, he took the initiative to increase the money to 200,000 yuan, doubling it. It was free money that Chen Guang didn't want, so he accepted it with a smile. In addition to the gifts he received in the live broadcast, he earned a total of 300,000 yuan this afternoon. Don't look at how easy it was for him to earn money. However, only Chen Guang knew how difficult it was. Without the endless years of hard training in the World in the Cup, how could he have the skills he had today? Outsiders could only see the bright, happy and funny side of his success, but how could they understand the ups and downs when his body was full of darts and he was in so much pain that he wanted to die? Just as he was about to leave, a large group of people rushed into the club's hall. They were dressed in suits and leather shoes, and they seemed to be in a hurry. Chen Guang didn't take it seriously. He just thought it was the club's customers, so he turned his face and planned to leave quietly. Unexpectedly, he had barely taken 2 steps when 3 middle-aged men in suits, who were walking at the front of the crowd, surrounded him in unison. "Mr. Chen, please wait." Chapter 471. The middle-aged man in the middle said as he reached out to stop Chen Guang. "What's the matter?" Chen Guang frowned as he was inexplicably stopped by people he did not know. His first reaction was to wonder if these people were from some charity and wanted to donate money to him. "We watched your live broadcast today and were amazed by you. We came all the way here to discuss something with you. Can we talk in private?" The middle-aged man had a friendly smile on his face as he walked up quickly. Sure enough, they did not come with good intentions. Chen Guang was alarmed. "I'm busy right now. I don't have time to talk to you. Even if I wanted to donate money, I wouldn't donate it to you guys. Look at your beer belly. You must be 5 months pregnant, right? Wouldn't it be better for me to support, oh no, sponsor a few poor female students?" Without giving these people a chance to talk nonsense, he twisted his body, turned around, and ran out. The group of people who had just walked in were dumbfounded. Chen Guang's reaction was completely out of their expectations. The middle-aged man pointed at his face blankly. "Do I look that scary?" Everyone shook their heads. "No, President, you look quite kind." "Then why did he run away?" the middle-aged man asked again. The crowd didn't answer because they didn't know what was going on either. At this moment, the club's boss came out of his office. When he saw the group of people, he quickly jogged over. "President Liang, what brings you here? Are you here to look for Chen Guang? Didn't he just come out? Where is he?" President Liang said with a bitter face, "I don't know what happened. I didn't even say a few words to him, and he ran away. I didn't even have a chance to express my intentions. Do you have his phone number?" 2 to 3 minutes later, Chen Guang, who was standing outside waiting for the air conditioner to cool down, received a call. It was an unknown number. "Who is it?" "I don't need insurance, and I don't need financial products. I don't have plans to buy a house, and I don't have a house to sell. I'm very patriotic, and I haven't used the post office in a long time. I don't have a landline at home, and I don't owe any bills. Besides, I'm not at work, and there aren't any leaders who need to talk to me. I'll give you 3 seconds to tell me what you want, or I'll hang up." With the old man's rich experience in dealing with phone scams, don't even think about pulling a hair off me. President Liang, who was on the other side of the phone, had never encountered such a situation. He was stunned for 3 seconds before he recovered. "Mr. Chen, I am Liang Fatsai, the president of the Dechuan branch of the China Darts Association. Don't hang up. Don't hang up." He was really scared. Although the president of a provincial branch of a civil association was not an impressive official, he had never talked to a civil expert who would ignore people without saying a word. If they hadn't been so awed by Chen Guang's amazing skills in the live broadcast earlier, President Liang would have slammed the table, smashed his phone, and thrown a tantrum. China Darts Association? Chen Guang furrowed his brows and thought about it carefully. He seemed to have left in a hurry just now. He didn't realize that the group of people who came in really seemed to be sending letters and looking up. It seemed like they were on the same side now. Middle-aged men who sent letters and looking up were all good middle-aged men. Yes. Our China Darts Association is the only officially recognized governing body for the sport of darts in the country. It belongs to the General Administration of Sport and the Ministry of Civil Affairs. We are committed to. Liang Fatsai let out a long sigh of relief. At least he could say something. Chen Guang was getting impatient. This man's tone reminded him of his high school principal. He could brag for hours about something that could be said in one sentence. If there's anything, let's cut to the chase. I'm quite busy. We would like to invite you to participate in the National Amateur Darts Championship. Liang Fatsai continued. Thank you, but I am not free. Pa. Chen Guang hung up on him. Are you kidding me? I am so busy. I have hundreds of thousands of people every minute. How can I go and participate in your unlucky competition? I am the god of darts, okay? You want me, the god, to compete with ordinary people? Isn't that pure bullying? There is no benefit. You are an amateur. You can go on TV at the Olympic Games and leave your name in history. I am not on the same level as you. I can't communicate with you. I feel that you are humiliating the divinity of the god of darts. He hung up on Liang Fatsai without hesitation. On the other end of the phone, Liang Fatsai had a headache and stars all over his head. Why is this guy so difficult to deal with? He hung up on me without saying a word. It doesn't make sense. His temper was not so strange when he posted videos or Weibo on the internet. The club owner and several girls at the front desk felt sorry for Liang Fatsai when they saw him being humiliated. They had been dealing with Chen Guang for a whole day today. Except for his self-opinionated behavior when throwing darts and his irreversible decisions, this public figure was actually quite kind and easy to get along with. Especially Xiao Fang. She felt that Mr. Chen was a model man. He was such an amiable and approachable big shot. You wouldn't be able to find him anywhere. It must be because President Liang is too annoying that Mr. Chen doesn't like you. President Liang, maybe he has something urgent? Why don't we contact him another day? The club owner came up to him and tried to comfort him. Liang Fatsai nodded helplessly. All right, but tomorrow is the registration deadline. The competition is the day after tomorrow. I am anxious. Why must he participate? The owner asked. Liang Fatsai sighed. Jean, you didn't even know about the live broadcast you were doing? The owner was puzzled. I had been filming and didn't have time to watch the live broadcast. Is there something wrong with his live broadcast? Liang Fatsai slapped his thigh. I, Liang, am an old hand. I didn't used to watch these young people's stuff. It was only when the higher-ups suddenly called me and asked me to go back to the office to take a look. That's why I asked the young people in the association to show me. It scared me. Is online media so advanced now? Oh my God. That's 8 million viewers. 8 million. Although we are in the darts business, you know how unpopular this business is. Do you know what 8 million people's attention means to us? Let me tell you a secret. Even the finals of the World Darts Championship may not have this many viewers. Just by watching him on the internet, he has 8 million viewers. This is an opportunity. This was a great opportunity. Whether they could make use of this opportunity to promote the darts movement or not, it all depended on this opportunity. Right now, Chen Guang is a public figure, and this skill of his is unprecedented. As long as we can pull him into our amateur tournament, as long as he's willing to compete seriously and win along the way, we can continue to promote him, and his popularity will soar. Isn't he getting all the benefits? Jean was puzzled. Liang Fatsai laughed. He is already so famous. How much benefit can he get if he becomes even more famous? But you have to think about it this way. With him participating all the time, how much attention can we get for this competition where we have to get strong men to sign up? We will be riding on his coattails. Let me tell you, why is our country's darts movement not famous? It's because we lack a leading figure. A leading figure like Xiao Hui who plays billiards. As long as we operate it well, we can make everyone feel that even celebrities are having a great time playing darts, and that playing darts can cultivate one's sentiments, be stylish, and be exciting. Then, we can make our unpopular sport popular. This is a great opportunity to promote the darts movement. Mr. Jin's eyes lit up when he heard that. He had started this niche project purely because of his personal preference. Unfortunately, the market was so big, and there were only a handful of people playing around. If it was really as President Liang said, it would be great news for his club. Jin laughed. Does that mean we can make a comeback? Liang Fatsai glared at him. Tui tui tui. What do you mean by a salted fish? Look at how unambitious you are. Jin joked. Yes, yes, yes. I am a salted fish. President Liang, you are not a fish. Isn't a salted fish worse than a salted fish? Xiao Fang covered her mouth and giggled. Liang Fatsai didn't notice Boss Jin's slip of the tongue. He still clapped his hands excitedly. Moreover, it's not our Duchuan branch's decision. It's the decision of the headquarters of the Yanjing Escort Association. Before I set off, the headquarters also gave instructions. When we first started the Escort Association, the slogan of "National Darts for All" has become a big joke. We have been waiting for this opportunity for so many years. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Jin's blood was boiling, and he was so excited that he was seeing stars. After a long time, he hung his head dejectedly. But he doesn't seem interested at all. Sigh. President Liang sighed. Sigh. The other middle-aged men also sighed in unison. For a moment, the hall was filled with mournful cries. It was a miserable sight. After a long time, Chen Guang, who earned hundreds of thousands of yuan every minute, was sitting in front of his computer, bored. He went home and turned on his newly installed computer, but he wasn't in the mood to play games. Although the computer was good, he wasn't in the mood to fight. Throwing away the mouse, he lay on the sofa and began to think about his next step. Although he was now an internet celebrity, it was obvious that it was very difficult to build a statue by relying on Weibo's promotion alone. So far, only a pencil statue had been successfully built by relying on Weibo's videos. The pencil statue came so easily because there was no competitor at all. There was no comparison, and no one would be dissatisfied after seeing it. Who would think about how to sharpen a pencil? So there was no doubt that Brother Almighty was the best in the world. As for the others, whether it was the Alto statue, the Dota Champion's shield, the piano, or even the recently completed Dart statue, they all relied on winning the competition, live broadcast on TV or the internet, cooperation from many parties, and a certain degree of accumulation before they could be completed. So the problem was, there were only about 40 days left before the 2-month deadline given by Lu Li. How should he deal with the unlucky Kirin arm and the pile driver? Chapter 472. The Qilin arm was a derivative reward of the punishment realm. Although the training process was slightly shameful, its true meaning should be specifically referring to arm strength or explosive power. However, Chen Guang still hadn't figured out where the entry point of the Qilin arm statue was. Should he try punching on the strength testing machine, or should he participate in a fighting competition? He had no clue. As for the pile driver, he understood the principle and knew what to do. But he had the heart but not the guts. Otherwise, how could he raise his head in the future? If he really did that, and this kind of thing spread to his hometown, to the ears or eyes of his 7 aunts and 7 aunts, what kind of expression should he use to face them? What kind of sad state of mind should they look at him with? When he thought of these two things, he felt a headache, and he had the impulse to feel like he had nothing to live for. The ancient people said that it was not a burden to have more skills. This saying was a lie. These two ultimate skills were about to crush people. In addition, although the recent harvest of faith points was increasing every day, the increase was really not completely satisfactory. Until today, he had barely touched the edge of the daily production capacity of 40,000. If he wanted to customize a line of Heavenly Cup, he would need at least 6 million faith points, which was too far away. According to the current harvest, plus the 600,000 that he had promised Shui Lin in advance, who knew how long it would take to save enough faith points for a customized service. He didn't have the goods on hand. If he encountered an emergency, he would panic if he couldn't come up with something to save his life. For example, he had already forced Big Beard Deng and Jiang Yage to make a movie contract with the temporary title, Women, which was a potential big trouble. Back then, when he was down and out, he was kind. The entire crew followed him and worked hard under the sun for an afternoon. Big Beard Deng withstood the pressure and gave them a chance. He even gave them money. He couldn't forget his roots now that he was rich. He wasn't such a person. Previously, when he was arguing with Zhang Tianming on the internet, Big Beard Deng was so generous that he made it clear that he supported Zhang Tianming. Zhang Tianming could not say anything else and was a kind person. Now that Uncle Big Beard had already said it, and Jiang Yage had also confirmed it on Weibo, in the hearts of the fans, it had become a done deal. It was indeed not very kind of them to undermine him at the last moment. Chen Guang really wanted to tell Big Beard Deng that his acting that day was actually useless. It was all hypnosis. However, no one would believe such words. Instead, they would think that he was being perfunctory. To say that he was being perfunctory would be an understatement. He was simply bluffing. He was too ashamed to face anyone. A man lives with his face, a tree lives with its bark. His head can be cut off, his blood can flow, but his face cannot be lost. How helpless. He wasn't the only one who was suffering. The senior leaders of the Huaxia Escort Association, along with President Liang of the Duchuan branch, were all frowning in the conference call. Little Liang, you said that he didn't want to talk to you at all? Yes, he ran away before I could finish my sentence. Later, I got through to him on the phone and introduced myself, but before I could finish talking about the amateur championship, he hung up on me. I was so angry that I beat my chest and stamped my feet. Liang Fatsai poured out his grievances into the phone. Everyone in Yanjing was silent when they heard that. Everyone was puzzled and had a headache. Young man, don't you like this kind of thing? We just want to hitch a ride and become famous with you. Why is it so difficult? Let's talk about it. Don't hang up on me so easily. What should we do now? Talk to him about ideals? That young man was obviously not interested. Others were already at that level in darts. Even the world champion was not a problem. Talk about ideals, my ass. Talk to him about money? Jean Shiyue's boyfriend was obviously not short of money. Others could earn hundreds of thousands in one afternoon. It was better not to humiliate themselves. Honey trap? There were a few pretty girls who had just graduated from the Escort Association. Alright, his girlfriend, Jean Shiyue, was still a mountain that could not be avoided. How many people were more beautiful than Jean Shiyue? What should I do to persuade him? Why do I feel more hopeless the more I think about it? At this moment, the door of the remote conference room in Yanjing was pushed open. A girl in purple walked in quickly. She didn't greet the others, but sat on the main seat in the middle of the conference room. She looked around with a straight face and frowned slightly. The gloomy atmosphere in the room trembled and became even more gloomy. Liang Fatsai narrowed his eyes and stared in the direction of the seat of honor in the video in front of him. He wanted to see who was sitting there, but he soon shook his head helplessly. He couldn't see clearly, only a black shadow. He didn't know if the lights in the conference room were deliberately blocked or removed. Everywhere else was brightly lit, except for the seat of honor at the long table, which was pitch black. He still could not see what the new president looked like. Liang Fatsai's heart itched uncontrollably and he was in extreme pain. Last week, the old president of the Escort Association was suddenly promoted. The few vice presidents were all eager to get promoted. Just when the few of them were jumping up and down, a new president suddenly appeared out of nowhere. At that time, these old gentlemen were angry, and unhappy. Although we belong to the headquarters and the Ministry of Civil Affairs, you can't just appear out of nowhere. You have to at least let us know who the person is, where he used to be, and what he does. We know that the president of the Escort Association is usually a director position in the headquarters and is a very important position in the system. We are just trying to make our presence known. We don't really want to become the master. But isn't this too sudden and violent? We even have reason to think that the previous president, who seemed to be promoted but was actually changing his position to retire, was brought away by this new president. We are a civilian association. We want to be independent. You have to respect the opinions of us seniors. Even if it's just to ask us if we agree or not, it's fine. We don't really dare to go against the headquarters. Therefore, the few vice presidents thought of an idea. Before the new president came to give his inauguration speech, they ordered people to lock the door of the Escort Association's conference room and deliberately left him outside for a while. At the very least, they had to make this person who appeared out of nowhere suffer a little. After that, they could just say that the door lock was broken and they didn't pay attention to it. We have dissatisfaction in our hearts, and we will let you know. At that time, they didn't really intend to lock the door for long. It was just a few minutes. Then, the new president came and pushed the door twice, but it didn't open. The few old vice presidents covered their mouths and snickered. They felt that this was a good show of strength. Then, a fair and slender hand pierced through the solid wood door of the conference room and opened the door from the outside. The solid white birch door was cut open like tofu by this hand. The new president only took 2 seconds to declare her sovereignty, which instantly stabilized the undercurrent of the association. Then, she simply said a few words and decided on the next year's plan in the shortest time possible. She wanted to make the slogan of National Darts, which had been used to establish the association, no longer be empty talk. They had to do everything they could to promote the sport of darts across the country as soon as possible. The few senior vice guild leaders had never thought that he would be so easy to talk to, but their attitude had changed drastically and swiftly. Since ancient times, those who achieved great things did not bother with trifles. Those who knew how to adapt to the circumstances were heroes. We are all heroes who want to achieve great things. Of course, we have to follow in the footsteps of the headquarters, resolutely implement the guidance of the headquarters, and dedicate our last ray of light and heat to the sports industry of our motherland. People had to lower their heads when they were under someone else's roof. The unlucky new president's inauguration speech went like this: I am Enchanting, Enchanting as in hard work, Chin as in spring. I am your new president. Let me give you a few simple words. The association has been established for 12 years. Go to the elementary schools in Yanjing, find a class, and ask them how many of them like to play darts. What have you done for the past 12 years? The total prize money for the champion of the China Darts League is 100,000 yuan. What can you do with 100,000 yuan? Everyone plays darts. Where is it? Where are the citizens? A year later, I will do a survey myself. I will ask 1,000 elementary school students in Yanjing City, and less than 10 of them know how to play darts. The entire association, change. The organizer, change. Change. Then, she left. That's right. She left without a trace. The vice president who followed her out asked the staff outside, but none of them saw anyone go in or out. It was as if there was some kind of ghost. The higher-ups of the association in the meeting room were really worried. When she came in to speak, no one dared to raise their heads. We didn't even see what you looked like, and you left. The group of people looked at each other, but the red-headed document from the headquarters that followed made them break out in a cold sweat. It really was Enchanting. After the inauguration speech of the new president, they didn't even know what she looked like. They only knew from her voice that she was a very young girl. In the next few days, the new president was still elusive. She didn't come to the association even once, but no one dared to relax. Their hearts were all stretched taut. Especially the senior employees. They had been here all their lives. How could they be willing to be kicked away when they were old? What could they do? Hurry up and think of something. Man proposes, God disposes. Regardless of whether they could do it or not, they had to try. It was because of the new president's instructions that when Chen Guang appeared on the internet out of nowhere, the senior leaders of the association were so enthusiastic. They racked their brains to pull Chen Guang into the association. But now, they had died before they could achieve anything. Their hot-blooded hearts bumped into Chen Guang's butt, which made them feel indescribably depressed. At this moment, their new president had appeared, which made them even more depressed. Hence, they hung their heads even lower. She lightly patted the table and said, "Your ideas are good, but your ability to do things is too poor. I will go personally." Chapter 473. As soon as she finished speaking, the door to the conference room swung open and then shut with a bang. She was gone again. Coming and going without a trace. "Are you Nie Shaoqian from Lanrua Temple?" The vice presidents looked at each other and looked up. They still did not see what she looked like. "Everyone, what do we do now?" On the other end of the conference call, Liang Fatsai was sweating profusely as he looked at his colleagues from the Security Association headquarters. His heart ached for them. An old man shrugged and pouted. "What else can we do? The president is coming personally. Let's wave the flag and cheer for her." "Well, I don't think I saw the president's face clearly. There is no photo in the file. How am I going to welcome her when she comes to the 5 capitals?" Liang Fatsai asked again. "We haven't seen what she looks like either." "Huh?" Liang Fatsai was dumbfounded. He cursed in his heart. "Why don't any of you look up? If all of you are like this, how am I going to carry out my work? How did I end up with you group of leaders? Little Liang, go to the airport when the time comes. If you see a single girl, go up and ask." "I estimate that the president should be around 20 years old," an old man said. "I think 18, another old man said. Another vice president slammed the table. "Impossible. Her voice is almost as bright as my granddaughter's." 16. The oldest vice president was enraged. Nonsense. How could the headquarters send an underage girl to be the president? Then how old do you think she is, old Zhao? Old Zhao pinched his chin mysteriously. "God knows." "Then why are you shouting?" "Right, the hand she used to break the door that day didn't seem very big. She shouldn't be very tall, and her hand is quite thin. So, you guys are all palm readers." Liang Fatsai had heard a few days ago that the new president was mysterious and did not believe it. He finally experienced it today. They had already had 2 meetings, but no one knew what she looked like. He felt sorry for himself and the seniors in the headquarters. From then on, Liang Fatsai could only confirm one thing. The president of the Security Association would be coming to the 5 capitals tomorrow. The president was a very young woman. Her exact age was unknown. Her appearance was unknown. She was not tall, but definitely not fat. Which flight, he did not know. There was nothing else. Liang Fatsai thought, "I'd better find a rope to strangle myself to death tomorrow. I'm going to pick him up with my head." Dong dong dong. It sounded like someone was knocking at the door. The next afternoon, Chen Guang was scrolling through Weibo on his computer. He was reading private messages one by one. Recently, some shameless friends had sent him private messages, which really troubled and distressed him. Recently, he had become more and more famous and had more and more fans. There were more than 100 fans of all shapes and sizes. There were also more and more fans like Xiaofang who spoke out of line. As the population base grew, beautiful female fans were rare in the beginning, but now there were more and more of them. Although he didn't dare to do anything, he still looked at the photos sent over by his friends and criticized them in his heart. This was something that Chen Guang never got tired of. It was really a case of dazzling flowers gradually blinding one's eyes. Spring after spring had passed. Therefore, it must be that the residents upstairs or downstairs knocked on the wrong door. They hadn't bought anything online recently, so the express delivery wouldn't come upstairs. After waiting for a while, the knocking on the door didn't stop. Instead, it got louder and louder, as if someone was smashing it with a hammer. "It's not over yet, is it? You're using force, aren't you?" Chen Guang threw the mouse down angrily and walked to the door, clenching his fists. If the person standing outside was a drunkard who had walked into the wrong door, he would beat him up until he doubted his life. If it was a beautiful neighbor who had just moved in, he would even consider going through fire and water for her. When he opened the door, the experienced and knowledgeable old Master Guang was stunned. It wasn't that his willpower was weak, but the loli was too cute. What did I see? A loli who had fallen from the sky. She was wearing a purple chiffon dress and had long, black hair that fell over her shoulders. She was short and petite, about 1.5 meters tall. Her figure was thin, but not overly thin. Instead, it was just the right amount of slender. She seemed to have lost a bit of spirituality and lacked a bit of liveliness. Her large, crystal-clear eyes were so bright, like the moon in mid-autumn. Her long eyelashes were so mischievous, like little elves cheering and jumping. Her fair and tender face made people afraid that they would burst if they breathed too heavily. Her baby face was adorned with a little baby fat, and her cherry lips seemed to shimmer. Chen Guang sucked in a breath of cold air. Where did this little fairy come from? She had walked into the wrong door. When it came to beautiful women, if he said that he was ignorant and ill-informed, he would definitely be laughed at. If he said that he was knowledgeable, he would be being overly modest. But he had never seen such a cute little loli before. She was so cute that his face was practically bleeding. She was too damn cute. As a newly promoted young weird uncle, he had no resistance at all. How good did her parents' genes have to be to give birth to such a perfect and flawless loli that made people feel tender and loving at first sight? I used to think that I could become a firm and upright gentleman, but now I found out that I was wrong. That was only because the loli I had met in the past were not cute enough. After a short moment of stiffness and sluggishness, a bright smile bloomed on his face. Chen Guang felt that he probably hadn't smiled so warmly in many years. I give myself full marks for this smile. Little girl, what do you need Big Brother's help with? Chen Guang said in a voice so gentle that it could make his scalp tingle. Which family's parents were so careless that they actually let such a cute little loli go missing alone? It was simply unforgivable. The girl in purple was not moved by Chen Guang's earth-shattering smile. She only looked at him expressionlessly. Why are you different from what they said? What? Chen Guang was stunned and asked. He originally thought that this little loli came to the wrong family, but the first sentence she said was unexpected. Before, many people said that you were difficult to deal with, but you are so polite. I originally planned to beat you up first, then have a good talk with you, but now I can't make up my mind. The girl in purple was still expressionless. She said that she wanted to beat him up, but her expression seemed to be saying that today's weather was really good, such a casual and ordinary family matter. Chen Guang realized that something was wrong. Listening to her words, it seemed like someone asked her to find him for something. I don't know you. You may have found the wrong person, but if you are lost or separated from your family, I can help you contact your family. Also, you are a child, so don't just say that you want to beat people up. It's not polite. This little loli looked like she was about 14 or 15 years old. In fact, she should have passed the age where she would get lost, but Chen Guang still took the initiative to make this suggestion in the spirit of doing good every day to help others. However, he never expected that the purple-clothed lady would take a step forth and enter Chen Guang's room. Chen Guang was puzzled. He felt that she was mentally abnormal. He thought that she might be autistic, which was troublesome. He was afraid that he had to call the police. Before Chen Guang could speak, the girl in purple suddenly turned around, stared at him, and said so. You must participate in the China Amateur Darts Championship. She finally had a little emotional fluctuation. When she said this, there was a flash of fanaticism in her eyes. Chen Guang suddenly understood. Is this little loli a lobbyist hired by the Darts Association? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but be angry. Why are those people like dog skin plaster? I can't get rid of them no matter how hard I try. I have already rejected them so decisively, but they still come to pester me and come directly to my house. It's fine if they come to my house, but they actually want to use a honey trap on me? It's fine if you use a honey trap, but you should at least find an adult. You sent a little loli, and she is so cute. Are you trying to harm me? Am I someone who will fall for a honey trap? What kind of small fry do you think I am? Of course. I have to agree. He almost blurted out his agreement. At the critical moment, his remaining integrity finally awakened, and he successfully suppressed his weird behavior. It reminded him of his original intention. The Amateur Darts Championship was really meaningless. It would be better to stay at home and think about the Kirin arm and the pile driver statue. Although I don't want to make you sad, I really don't want to participate in any competition. It's such a waste of my precious life. He said this, then looked at the girl in purple expectantly. He thought, although my will is as strong as a rock, as long as you ask me softly, I will immediately agree. Although you look underage, I can wait for you. Is that so? This is really troublesome. The girl in purple did not beg him. Instead, she said in an extremely calm tone, as if she was also very distressed. Yes, please thank the leaders of the Escort Association for me. I appreciate their kindness, but I am really not interested in the competition. The gap between me and others is too big. I really don't want to bully others. I should leave the opportunity to those who really like darts. Chen Guang was speaking the truth. Whether you like darts or not, you have to go. Impossible. Chen Guang said righteously. You are not even begging me, why should I agree? Then there is no other way. The girl in purple finally had an expression again. She frowned, as if she was distressed. Chen Guang's little heart was about to melt. Oh my God, I can't take it anymore. She is too cute, really too cute. Her frown is like the rare warm sun in December. Wait, what did she say? There is no other way? Is she giving up so soon? That's not good, right? Accept my challenge, Chen Guang. You have to participate in this competition. Suddenly, the purple-clothed girl said heavily. Then, with a shake of her hand, 3 darts flashing with a dark light appeared in her palm. They were not the winged darts used in competitions, but the plum blossom darts described in wuxia novels. What the hell? Where are these weapons of mass destruction hidden in your dress? Just a second ago, you were a cute little girl, and suddenly you took out the darts to challenge me. The change is too fast, I can't take it. Chapter 474. Stop fooling around. You're still young. I won't blame you. Although the weapon in the girl's hand looked powerful, Chen Guang could not muster up any fighting spirit just by looking at her face. Your posture looks very professional, and your expression is also very cold, but you are still a little Lolita. As a gentle and kind big brother, how can you casually make a move on a little sister? Do you know that I have a pair of Qilin arms? Once I attack, the mountains will collapse, the seas will dry up, the rocks will rot away, and the sun and moon will lose their light? Humph. I'm not young. I'm Enchanting. I'm already 18. She finally said her name. Of course, this was the mysterious new president of the Armed Escort Association, Enchanting. Chen Guang waved his hand. Impossible. I'm not blind. You're 14 at most. You can't be any older. Enchanting was a little angry that her age was being questioned. She followed Chen Guang's gaze and lowered her head slightly, then said with a dark expression, "If you look at my chest again, I'll get angry." Uncle Chen Guang was a little embarrassed to be exposed in front of him. Tui. Who's interested in looking at your little washboard? How would you know if I'm a washboard if you don't look? Also, you judge my age based on the size of my chest, right? Enchanting clenched the darts in her hand even tighter. Her extremely fair skin blushed faintly, either from anger or shyness. I can't be bothered to talk nonsense with you. Anyway, you look like my 13-year-old niece. Really, why are you pretending to be an adult? Leave, I won't agree to any of your requests. As for your challenge, I won't accept it either. I don't have the habit of abusing children. Then don't blame me. Suddenly, Enchanting's hand shook violently. In the blink of an eye, 3 darts flew past the tip of Chen Guang's nose. Ding, 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 they landed on the wall clock that Zhuo Jingxi had carefully selected for Chen Guang. Chen Guang turned to look at the hour, minute, and second hands, as well as the broken glass cover and wall clock. F***CK. Are you crazy? How did you know? As she retreated, she took out her weapon again. This time, it's your computer. Enchanting was still expressionless. Chen Guang was anxious, but it was too late for him to jump forward to block it. Besides, he didn't know how powerful this crazy loli's plum blossom dart was. He didn't dare to catch it with his hands. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the box of darts on the shoe cabinet and immediately reached out to grab it. Enchanting had already made her move. Her slender hand shook again, and this time, 4 plum blossom darts flew out, heading straight for the 4 corners of Chen Guang's computer monitor. F***CK. I just bought a curved 4K UHD 144 Hz sports monitor. Over $8,000 in cash. An otaku's love for computers could transcend time and space and ignore race. In order to protect his wife, Master Guang's mind raced, and he was in a good state. His Kirin arm burst out, and he grabbed 4 darts from the box and threw them out. 4 consecutive sounds of metal colliding could be heard. The 4 plum blossom darts that Enchanting shot out were actually pinned to the wall behind the monitor by 4 ordinary darts thrown by Chen Guang. That was close. Just a hair's breadth away. Have you had enough? I'm telling you, I can't participate in your stupid competition. Get out. Even though you're a God-given loli, you can't be too much of a bastard, right? Unless you apologize, I'll never forgive you. Where's my moral integrity? Forget it. Since she's so good-looking, everything can be discussed. Following Chen Guang's roar, the room finally quieted down. Enchanting, who was dressed in purple, lowered her head. Her shoulders began to shake, and her gauze skirt swayed along with her trembling. Chen Guang looked over. What's going on? Did I scare her because I was too fierce? How could I shout at a loli? Even if she burned down the house, she's still a super cute loli that's hard to come by in 1,000 years. There's nothing that can't be discussed. It's all my fault. F***CK, I'm blaming myself? Is it because she's too good-looking, or is my moral integrity too low? Forget it, I'll comfort her first. Don't cry. I didn't do it on purpose. How can I throw darts at other people's things for no reason? Forget it. It's not like I can't smash them. They're not worth much anyway. I'm rich. Chen Guang went up and tried to comfort her. Ha 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 ha. Amazing. At this moment, Enchanting suddenly raised her head. How was she crying? She was clearly laughing. Her shoulders were shaking as she tried to hold back her laughter. Moreover, her laughter was quite strange at this moment. Chen Guang was confused. You were easily defeated by the old man, so why are you still so happy? Also, you're obviously laughing with your mouth wide open, but why do you give off a gloomy vibe? Qin Guang shrank back. F***ck, is this her dark attribute awakening? Is she going to unlock more positions to fight 300 rounds with me? Should I check her ID later to confirm if she's really an adult? F***ck, what the F***ck am I thinking? Even though he moved later, he managed to nail my pinnacle 4-star combo to the wall. Too scary, too strong. Even my master couldn't do it. So strong. Big brother, you're so strong. Really strong. Wait a minute. If you say that, people will misunderstand me. After all, I didn't really do anything to you. Qin Guang pushed his hand away. I'm a decent person. Please don't say such ambiguous words. Alright, you've challenged, and you've lost. Leave, I really don't want to participate in the competition. Enchanting instantly stopped smiling and stared at him with a pair of big eyes, revealing an incomparable determination. If you had lost to me, it would mean that you weren't as strong as you appeared in the live broadcast. Of course, I wouldn't invite you again. But now, you can even beat me. Of course you have to participate in the competition. Qin Guang stared at her. After all this time, you're saying that I have to participate in the competition if I win. Why didn't you say so earlier? Suddenly, a light white aura slowly gushed out from the top of Enchanting's head, heading straight for Qin Guang. Others couldn't see it, but Qin Guang recognized it at a glance. This was the familiar faith value. It didn't look very strong, as her faith value was very thick. Wait a minute. F***ck. The next moment, the white aura suddenly became countless times thicker. It gushed out from the top of her head and condensed into a column with a diameter of about half a meter in midair. Then, it fiercely rushed towards the heavenly holy grail beside Qin Guang's hand. When it got close, it suddenly shrunk and was sucked in. So F***king thick. Qin Guang picked up the cup and slightly sensed it. He was stunned. So far, the largest amount of faith value given by a single fanatic fan was 25 units from Thailand's Sissy Pan Junyao. Today, a new record had been broken, and it wasn't just a little bit. This lowly's faith value was as high as 40 points. It was twice as high as Lu Fei's. It was even higher than Thailand's Sissy by 15 points. Oh my god. Lu Fei's 20 points of faith value was already enough to turn her into a fanatic demon. Little girl, with 40 points, you want me to play a game of multiple mouths? I can't calm down. After teacher Zhuo left, I feel like spring is coming again. Wait a minute, I have to restrain myself. She's still so young. She must be lying when she said she was 18 years old. I can't become a shameful, despicable scumbag who poisons underage girls. Wait a minute, I seem to have discovered something. Earlier, she didn't have a single cent of faith value, but after losing to me, her faith value instantly exploded. Qin Guang felt as if he had discovered a new continent. This proved one thing. A true fanatic could only be produced from those who knew the ropes. She definitely loved darts, the kind that was crazy about it. Her skill level was indeed very high, so after losing, she could especially understand the strength of the old man, so she worshipped him even more fervently than others. However, the more knowledgeable they were, the more arrogant they were. It seemed like the only way to get faith value from them was to defeat them. No wonder the production rate of darts was so low. As long as he operated well, it wasn't impossible for him to be as awesome as Otto's statue. Needless to say, Qin Guang was a very realistic person. Previously, he was bewitched by the lowly's cuteness, but in the end, he steeled his heart and didn't participate in the competition. He also didn't like Enchanting's sudden change of heart. Now, it was different. Just based on the 40 points of faith she gave, he had to find her pleasing to the eye. Hand over the faith value, and from then on, we will be on the same side. Alright, just based on your fanatical faith value, even if you want to execute the old man on the spot, the old man will definitely not object. You really won't agree? Then I can only die in front of you. While Chen Guang was in a daze from the surge of faith, Enchanting suddenly pulled out a dagger flickering with a pitch-black luster from her back and placed it on her neck. Chen Guang was dumbfounded. F***ck, your brain works a little too fast. You're even more arrogant than me, committing suicide because of a disagreement? Seeing that he didn't reply, Enchanting actually made her move. With a light pull of the dagger, a line of blood appeared on her neck. Hey! Wait a minute. Don't be anxious. Alright, at least let me know what the heck the amateur championship is, right? Damn, you're for real. Actually, I'm not very clear either. Enchanting put down her knife. Chen Guang felt that he was about to break down. You don't even know what the tournament is, and you're trying to threaten me with death? Your brain circuit is not on the same level as mine, right? How stupid must a person be to trick me like this? As she said that, she put her hand behind her back and rubbed it for a moment, then took out a crumpled piece of paper. Here, this is the competition flyer. Look at it yourself. Are you Doraemon or something? Is there a bag on the back of your dress? How on earth do you keep taking things out from your back? Chen Guang rolled his eyes and took the flyer, which was still warm and humid. After looking at it for about 30 seconds, he slapped his thigh. Hey! So this competition is so awesome, you guys should have said so earlier. Really, it's so troublesome, it's a misunderstanding. Chapter 475. It turned out that the China Amateur Darts Championship wasn't as amateurish as its name suggested. It was a national competition that the association had been planning for a long time under the guidance of the general administration. Perhaps it was the old president's final struggle. Large investments, large publicity, and high standards were all to expand the influence of darts across the country. It was considered as more than half of the association's budget for this year. The poor old president couldn't last until the start of the competition and was replaced by Lolita Enchanting, who had a strong background. The contestants had to be amateurs. The country was divided into 5 divisions, with Sichuan province in the Southwest Division. 15 contestants from each division would be selected to go to Beijing to participate in the finals. The top 20 contestants in the finals would receive a professional athlete qualification certificate directly from the Escort Association, and would become registered athletes with the General Administration of Escorts. But that wasn't the most important thing. The finals of each division would be broadcasted live on TV. The Southwest Division would be broadcasted live on the sports channels of 5 provincial TV stations, including Sichuan Satellite TV. The finals of Beijing would be broadcast on CCTV 5. That wasn't the most important thing. The champion of the China Amateur Darts Championship would have the opportunity to participate in the World Darts Championship that would be held in Beijing in 10 days, along with 2 other top-ranked professional players. That meant that as long as Chen Guang could win all the way, he would first be broadcast on the 5 provincial TV stations, then on CCTV 5, and finally compete with the world's top players in front of the world's fans. It was like a stairway to heaven for the god of darts to go from being unknown to the world. Although it seemed like a fairy tale for an amateur to win all the way to the world, if it was Chen Guang, it wouldn't be a fairy tale. It would be a bulldozer crushing all the way. The word shu doesn't exist in my dictionary. I don't even know how to write the word shu. As long as he could win all the way and let more professional players see him in the arena, how could they not hand over their faith? Also, the live broadcast on the provincial TV stations, CCTV 5, and ESPN. How could the real darts fans who like to watch matches on TV not kneel? That's right, only those who understood darts could become true fans. Opponents in amateur competitions, opponents in the World Championship, professional players, everyone. None of you are human. All of you are my potential faith. If Chen Guang had known that this unlucky amateur tournament would bring him such a great opportunity, he wouldn't have refused it even if he was beaten to death. Look at your lousy names. Amateurs. Sigh, it's all lousy names that harm people. If you guys wanted to start a Huaxia escort king battle, I would have racked my brains to join, alright? You're just like the unlucky author of the book I'm chasing, kneeling before the title of the book. Enchanting was a little speechless as she looked at Guang, who was beaming with excitement. In fact, she didn't like to talk much. She tried not to open her mouth if she could, but at this moment, her heart really felt something. After spending so much effort, he had personally flown thousands of miles from Yanjing to Wujing City, and had also used his sex connections to find out Guang's address. After he arrived, he had threatened him, challenged him, and forced him to come to an agreement. In the end, a flyer was placed in front of him, and it was done. Enchanting hadn't experienced the feeling of anger for a long time. At this moment, she really wanted to strangle the branch president of Wujing City. Forget it. If she hadn't come here personally, how would she have been able to witness such a terrifying ultimate skill? Although the two of them had exchanged blows for less than a second, as the youngest genius disciple of the Thousand Despair sect who had mastered the art of darts and concealed weapons, Enchanting knew all too well what Guang's 4 darts represented. Even though he started later, he arrived first. His speed was faster, his accuracy was unparalleled, and his strength was tyrannical. The difference between the two of them was simply overwhelming. As she thought of this, Enchanting looked up at Guang, and her eyes lit up even more. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have dared to imagine that there was such a talented peer in the world. After reading the flyer, Guang carefully placed it in his trouser pocket. He turned to Enchanting, who was staring at him in a daze, and smiled. It's decided. Little girl, you're a staff member of the Escort Association, right? Do you have any registration information with you? Should I fill it up now? No, Enchanting answered without hesitation. Guang's face stiffened. Then what are you doing here? Looking at the registration time, it was almost time. Guang decided to call the unknown number that he didn't save yesterday. It was Liang Fatsai from the Dechuan branch. Hello, Mr. Chen. You finally called me. Is the president on your side? On the other end, Liang Fatsai had been waiting in his office for the whole day. Although he was very reluctant, he still personally led the team to the airport to wait. He was really shameless. Whenever he saw a single woman coming out alone, he would go up and ask her. Not only did he not get any information, but he also almost called the police to sue him for harassment. In the end, he still returned empty-handed. After returning to his office, Liang Fatsai had been on tenterhooks, afraid that the president would get lost. Suddenly, he received a call from Guang, so he subconsciously asked. Guang was stunned. President? No. I don't have a president here. Aren't you the president yourself? President Liang, it's like this. I want to register for the competition now, but it seems like I don't have enough time. What should I do? Liang Fatsai was stunned. You're not there? Oh, you want to register? No problem. It's fine. Just send me a clear photo of both sides of your ID card. I'll settle the rest for you. After hanging up, Liang Fatsai was still in a daze. He finally understood the suffering of his colleagues in Beijing. This new president's way of doing things was simply ridiculous. Forget it. Anyway, he heard from those seniors that the president could tear a door with her bare hands. It was better to worry for those who had ill intentions towards her than to worry for her. In less than 2 minutes, Guang's photo was sent over, and Liang Fatsai began to personally arrange for his registration. Actually, old Liang's worry was not wrong. At this moment, a certain someone had ill intentions towards their president. After reporting her name, this little girl didn't seem to have any intention of leaving. The righteous gentleman, Mr. Guang, started to feel a little uneasy at the constant influx of faith from Enchanting's forehead. He thought to himself, this old man has a great reputation, and I've held back for so long. Now, I'm facing the greatest test of character in my life. Although I've barely withstood it, I really want to know what kind of posture I can unlock in one go with a daily production of 40 faith points. Little girl, Big Brother has already registered. Where are you going next? Qin Guang asked with a smile. Enchanting shook her head. I don't know. I see that you are good at using darts. Do you want to learn Big Brother's ultimate skill? Qin Guang could no longer hide his fox's tail. He continued to get closer with a warm smile on his face. Unexpectedly, Enchanting shook her head again. I don't want to learn. Qin Guang was confused. Why didn't you follow the script? Most of the lines that he had prepared were instantly useless. Why don't you want to learn? He still did not want to give up. Enchanting first looked at Qin Guang's hand. Then, she raised her slender and fair hand slightly. I can't learn. How can you not learn? As long as you work hard, you can even grind an iron rod into a needle. Nothing in this world is difficult for those who set their minds on it. You can't give up so easily. You want to sleep with me, right? Impossible. You are too ugly. Suddenly, Enchanting changed the topic and said straightforwardly. Too ugly. What kind of aesthetic standards do you have? I have lived for 21 years with this face, okay? Also, how can you say that I want to sleep with you? You are too direct. You will definitely not have any friends like this. Hearing those words, Qin Guang sucked in a cold breath. Just how wicked of a family was it for them to produce such a wicked daughter? You call this ugly? He glared angrily and pointed at his own face. The little loli also pointed at her own face. Are you prettier than me? Qin Guang was speechless. Damn, I lost. Forget it. You go. I will go to the competition on time tomorrow. He felt that he could not chat with this little loli anymore. Otherwise, he was afraid that he would not be able to control his emotions. Unexpectedly, Enchanting shook her head. I won't go. Huh? Is she trying to cover it up? Qin Guang was overjoyed. He was about to speak. Big Brother, your dart skills are indeed very good. I admire you very much. But this is different from dating. Master said that all men in this world are scum. If you talk to me for more than 10 sentences, you will definitely want to sleep with me. I have to guard against you. Speak. Who is your master? I promise I will not kill her. Qin Guang felt tired. He could not communicate with this little girl. Do whatever you want. I am too lazy to care about you. If you just want me to help you warm the bed, it is not impossible. Suddenly, Enchanting put her hand on the wall and said softly. Qin Guang smiled confidently. 5 minutes ago, I will definitely fall for your trick. But now, I have given up. From now on, I will be more reserved. Okay. Damn, so shameful. But I have the habit of touching you when I sleep. I am afraid I will hurt you. Enchanting took back her hand from the wall. The cement was sprinkled on the floor from her fingers. Qin Guang's eyes widened. The place where she pinched was just the size of her palm. She used her thin and slender hand to dig out a piece of cement from the wall and crushed it into powder. This scene was very familiar. Qin Guang had seen this before. But the last time he saw this was Wenwen. That's right, inner force. This is definitely inner force. Oh my God, you are an inner force master. Why didn't you say so earlier? Really, he was too dishonest. He had not seen Wenwen for a long time. Among the people that Qin Guang knew, only Wenwen and her second uncle knew inner force. He never expected that after such a long time, it would actually reappear in this little loli with a strange background and even more difficult personality. Chapter 476. Before meeting Xuelin, Chen Guang only knew that internal force was very powerful, but he didn't think it was mysterious. After all, Wenwen often used it to practice from time to time, so he was used to it. His user experience was very good, just like the ancient people who saw the cell phone and called it a monster, but the modern people treated the cell phone as a toy. But later, Xuelin told him that even the military wanted to learn internal force but couldn't. Then, Chen Guang knew how powerful it was. The origin of internal force was obviously not simple. Otherwise, with the temperament of the national machine, if I like it, I want it, and it is beneficial to me, it must be mine. How can there be an ordinary person who wants to learn it but has to beg me? Forget it, don't think about it. In short, staying with an internal force master with a hole in his head, I am in a very dangerous situation now. Don't joke. Big Brother is a super decent man. How could he casually let someone warm his bed for him? You're making me question his character. Okay, if you have nothing to do, you can sit on the sofa and watch TV or read a book. I have something to do. Chen Guang waved his hand and then sat in front of the computer, pretending not to care about what was going on outside the window. His little heart was beating fast. It scared me to death. He felt that with the pure strength of his arm, he should be stronger than Enchanting, but he really couldn't grasp the cement pile with his fingers. This meant that he was actually not Enchanting's opponent. This is so King embarrassing. While there was still some time, it was better to think about editing the video taken by the owner of the dart club yesterday and post it on Weibo. No matter what, he must pretend to be very busy. He asked her to leave, but she didn't, and it seemed very unsafe for her to stay. The old man was very embarrassed. After a long time, watching Chen Guang fiddling with the computer for a long time, Enchanting suddenly said behind his back, "Are you going to make a video?" Yes. Chen Guang was confused. Video editing was easy to say, but in fact, he had never deliberately done it before, so it was very difficult to learn from the beginning. I will help you, I will. Before Chen Guang could say anything, he felt someone lift his collar from behind, and then he was lifted off his seat. Far away in the corner, Chen Guang looked at the back of Enchanting, who was busy working in front of the computer, and muttered in his heart, I must have done something bad in my previous life to meet this lowly in this life. What bad luck. 3 hours later, he looked at the exquisitely edited documentary that looked like a Hollywood blockbuster and expressed that he wanted to take back his previous statement. Her editing skills were really amazing. Go. Good Brother will bring you to eat hot pot to reward you. After eating hot pot, several gigabytes of videos had been uploaded to the online server, and there was only one last step left, publishing the video. Hello everyone, I am Almighty Superman. I have a new work again. This is a documentary shot with another DV camera during yesterday's live broadcast. It can bring a different feeling. Those who like to collect can download it and save it, and please help to forward and spread it. Please continue to support me as always. I will continue to bring all kinds of skills to everyone. In the future, I can even start voting, and everyone will vote for the skills I want to learn. I can only guarantee one thing, no matter what I do, I will be the best in the world. Chen Guang happily pressed the send button, waiting for this video to bring him more faith. A cold voice came from behind him, shameless. Turning back, he saw Enchanting rolling her eyes with a straight face. Chen Guang thought to himself, if not for the fact that I can't beat you, I will definitely argue with you. I can't be bothered with you, I am not bragging. Do you know how to cook? The world's best chef. Enchanting said. Chen Guang waved his hand, I don't know. When I do, I will be the world's best chef. Enchanting pouted, as if she was not very satisfied with what he said. Chen Guang did not want to argue with her, it was too dangerous, so he went back to his computer and wrote on Weibo, also, I want to announce something. From tomorrow onwards, I will be participating in the China Amateur Darts Championship. As you all understand, I am indeed going there to bully people. Ever since he figured out the concept of faith, Chen Guang walked further and further away from being low-key, luxurious, and meaningful. He had no choice, he had to be high-profile, he had to be arrogant. Only by constantly showing his face, constantly letting people notice him, could he increase his exposure as much as possible, and with exposure, he would be able to increase his faith. Being a slave to houses and cars was a piece of cake for him. Chen Guang said, "I am a slave to cups, and I am proud." Behind him, Enchanting looked at the Weibo post that Chen Guang just updated. She seemed to be very satisfied, and she squeezed out a rare smile on her face. Chen Guang was secretly looking back at her expression, and asked, "What are you smiling at?" Enchanting ignored him, waved her hand, and walked back. "It's none of your business." Then she went into the guest room and slammed the door. Chen Guang did not realize the problem at first, and it took a long time for him to react. "She directly stayed in my house. Should I call the police? Will a group of people suddenly jump out and say that I abduct a child? Forget it, I don't care about that. For a child like her, there are not many people who would dare to buy her." After messing around on the computer for a while, watching videos and chatting, he went back to his room to sleep. There was a violent Lolita in the room next door. As long as he locked the door, it seemed that there was nothing to worry about. In fact, there was nothing he could do even if he cared. After all, he could not beat her. At this time, he did not know that his updated Weibo post had caused another uproar on the internet. All Around Superman was going to participate in the official competition. In the past, All Around Superman, no matter what he did, although everyone psychologically acknowledged that he was indeed the best, whether it was sharpening pencils, playing the piano, racing, or even playing Dota towers and throwing darts, no matter how sci-fi the effects of his videos were, technical geeks could always prove that he did not cheat, and there was no doubt that he was indeed strong. But he did not have any real achievements to show. Even if he had the style of the king of the Xiangjiang gambling race, which conquered the global underground racing world, it was after all an underground race that could not be seen in the light, and even there was no official record in the archives of the FIA. For many ordinary fans, his strength only existed in legends, and many people even questioned the authenticity of this matter. Even if there was a video documentary released by Chen Guang, the influence this film caused on the internet was, after all, limited. In today's information explosion, the spread of inquiries was as easy as being drowned. Fame came fast, and if it was not managed well, it would disappear quickly. Every day, there was an endless stream of new hot topics, whether it was current politics or entertainment. Each generation had a new generation, and if one was not careful, the new generation would replace the old. All of Chen Guang's previous achievements and fame were limited to the internet, and he had never appeared on the mainstream media, nor had he been recognized in official competitions. After all, he was just a folk god who lived in the hearts of his fans. For example, in his live broadcast in the afternoon, some fans of professional players jumped out and said that although his performance in the live broadcast was incredible and amazing, his unorthodox way of playing was different from that of professional players. Although this argument was instantly overwhelmed by countless waves of flattery, it still proved that there were indeed some people who thought this way. This was the difference between fans and professional players, and what they saw was also different. If two professional players were really found to stand on the scene and watch the whole process with the boss of the dart club, they would not dare to compare themselves with Chen Guang even if they were given 100 guts. But the fans did not know and did not understand this. They just simply doubted it. This was a superstition of the recognition of authority, and it was also a contempt for the folk god. Now, he was actually going to participate in official competitions. If he could win all the way, naturally all doubts would naturally be solved. If he lost the competition, then his previous statement that no one would dare to say in front of him that they could play dart would naturally become a laughing stock. His fans who had always followed Almighty Superman all posted to express their congratulations for his decision. Almighty Superman is finally tired of the name of the folk god. Tremble. Rookies who play dart, the era of the Monkey King when there is no tiger in the mountain is over. No matter what you think, anyway, I think there is no suspense for the champion of the competition. Although I do not like dart very much, I will watch whatever Almighty Brother does. Some people recognized it, and some people questioned it. No one expected that the first person to jump out to publicly question Chen Guang was actually Chu Hao, the champion of the last China Darts League. Recently, there have been some clowns using monkey tricks to attract a lot of attention. In my opinion, this is just sensationalism. There is indeed nothing suspicious in your video, but do you dare to take out your darts and your darts for us to check? Recently, my friend in the audio industry complained to me that the magnets on the market are almost sold out. Chu Hao's speech hit the nail on the head and pointed out the biggest doubt in Chen Guang's performance. That's because Chen Guang's performance was too outrageous, to the point that he didn't even injure the target with a basket. At first, the fanatical fans did not question the authenticity of his performance at all. Even if some people did, not many people would listen to them. But when these words came out of the mouth of Chu Hao, a heavyweight in the domestic professional darts industry, the weight was different. Of course, not everyone thought like him. Some professional players thought that Chen Guang's performance was completely authentic, and they posted on Weibo or argued with Chu Hao on Weibo. But it did not take long for these professional players to reach a consensus in private. Soon, they unanimously denounced Chen Guang on the internet, saying that he was insulting the sport of darts and tarnishing the dignity of this elegant sport. Lian Yu, who was ranked second in the country and 38th in the world, said, if he can really fight his way out of the amateur championship, as a teammate of the national team, I don't mind teaching him a lesson in the world championship. Qin Xiaoxin, who was ranked 5th in the country and 78th in the world, said, although he and I are from the same family, I don't think his behavior is desirable. The so-called folk gods are mostly in the form of magic shows. It's easy to make a fool of yourself in an official competition. I don't really want to see him in Yanjing. Hua Ming, who was ranked 8th in the country and 107th in the world, said, what's he doing to be the best in the world? Don't make people laugh. This is a competition, not a game. It might not be a big deal if one person was suspicious, but when everyone said the same thing, the truth was that everyone's mouth could melt gold. The doubts of the pro players caused the direction of the fans to gradually change. Thinking about it carefully, he might really be using magnets to tease people? For a moment, whether it was Chen Guang's own Weibo or the Weibo of those professional players, fans from both sides were arguing and cursing. What was strange was that the Escort Association, which should have stood up to stop the controversy, was actually silent. Chapter 477. No one would have guessed that the Escort Association's silence was due to a short voice message sent by the Lolita sleeping next to Chen Guang. Let them make a fuss, the more the better. Big Brother Chen Guang's ability is unquestionable. Controversy brings attention. It's a good thing that darts has been forgotten for too long. The sleeping Chen Guang did not expect that his Weibo post would push him into the eye of the storm overnight. In addition, the old men in the Escort Association were already in tears. We understand, we really understand. The new president is really a little girl. Chen Guang is 21 years old this year, and she actually called Chen Guang Big Brother. What should we do? The people from the headquarters are too reckless. I don't know what they are thinking. Although we are just a civilian association, how can we let a little girl be in charge? Sigh, we are just a group of old men. Why do we have such a hard life? The next morning, the Wujing City Sports and Culture Center was packed with people. It was very lively. Such a lively scene had the organizers of the Southwest Division excited to no end. Liang Fatsai, the president of the Escort Association, and Xiao Dingjun, the deputy director of sports of Dechuan Province, stood side by side at the entrance of Hall 3 of the Sports and Culture Center. As they watched the endless stream of spectators enter, their eyes were almost squinting with smiles. Xiao Liang, you've given me a big surprise. I was worried that this competition wouldn't be popular and that my colleagues in the bureau would come today to add some popularity. I almost said that I wouldn't come because there would be no bonus this year. In the end, there are so many people that I feel like there are not enough seats. What kind of magic did you use? Xiao Dingjun, as the deputy director of Dechuan province, did not think well of the joint effort of the escort association and headquarters, even though he did not want to admit it. What era was this? Young people nowadays were busy playing League of Legends, Dota Dojo, Overwatch's Buttocks, Legend of God, and Love Fu. Who would have the mood to play darts? Even if they had a slight interest in sports, they would have long been robbed of the two major sports, football and basketball. Darts had a certain degree of danger, and it was not as interesting and competitive as other sports. It was already a niche sport, and only a few die-hard fans still paid attention to it. Do you still want to do national darts? Stop teasing me, okay? An amateur tournament that only amateurs could participate in? Who would pay attention to it? Wasn't this a waste of money and manpower? But as an official in the system, even if Xiao Dingjun thought so in his heart, he couldn't say it out loud. He still had to cooperate fully during work. The headquarters had personally issued the red-headed document, asking Dechuan province to cooperate with them and handle the matter well and beautifully. Therefore, no matter how difficult it was to carry out his work, he still had to work hard. The registration work in the early stage had already left Xiao Dingjun in a terrible state, and Liang Fatsai, his partner, was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. The two of them went around looking for able-bodied men, going to various schools to assign tasks. Xiao Dingjun could not help but sigh at the thought of the series of hard work that he had gone through, but he had managed to pull out 200 to 300 contestants from Dechuan province. Yesterday, Xiao Dingjun still felt that everything was ready, and he only lacked the attendance. After all, the competition was held, and there was a live broadcast on TV. It would be too shameful if the place was deserted. The warm-hearted deputy director Xiao personally took action and assigned tasks to the Dechuan Provincial Bureau. He also coordinated with the Dechuan Sports Academy for a long time and got hundreds of students from the sports academy. They could barely make up the number of people who could be seen at the edge of the arena in the live TV broadcast. They just needed to look very popular. But today, when he looked at it, Xiao Dingjun almost thought that his eyes were playing tricks on him. The competition would officially start at 10 o'clock, but it was only 9:30 now. There were already as many as 500 to 600 spectators waiting to enter hall number 3 in advance, and more people were coming in one after another. He was really shocked. Liang Fatsai liked to see Deputy Commissioner Zhao's overly shocked look, and he said proudly, "Deputy Commissioner Xiao, this is your fault. I don't need to use any magic. It's just darts. It's easy to learn, easy to master, and it can also train eyesight, effectively prevent myopia, and cultivate the sentiment. It can make the young players' minds more resilient, and it helps to cultivate the correct outlook on life and the world for young people. It's only natural that it can be welcomed by the masses." Xiao Dingjun curled his lips and despised Liang Fatsai's arrogant look from beginning to end. A few days ago, this guy came to him to assign tasks to attract spectators, and he was so anxious that smoke was coming out of his nostrils. Now he was still acting cool. At this time, the crowd in the queue was also noisy, and everyone was chatting with each other. "Buddy, do you think Almighty Superman will really come?" "He will definitely come. He has already announced it on Weibo." "Why? Are you also here to see him?" "Well, actually I don't know much about darts, but I'm a fan of his cars." "You two are the same as me. To be honest, I'm a fan of his Dota Pagoda." "Oh, what a coincidence. But I'm a piano student, and I wanted to see how different his fingers are from an average person's up close." "You guys don't know, but his piano is really unbeatable. Everyone, I can't be the only one who is a darts enthusiast and also a fan of Almighty Bro, right? Do you have any comrades? I'm so lonely." Everyone really didn't know if they didn't talk about it, but the moment they started talking, they were shocked. They thought that darts was really that popular, but it turned out that many of them were really here for Almighty Superman. What was even more ridiculous was that even though they were all fans who came for the same person, Everyone's preference was different. Of course, not all of them were here to support Chen Guang. It would be strange if no one was jealous of him for winning over the nation's goddess. I like it. But I'm a fan of Goddess Jean, and I'm here to flame him. Unless he can win the championship, I'm going to flame him to death. I think Chu Hao is right, he's just putting on a show. I'm the president of the Anti-Baldy Alliance. I'm here to rally everyone to defeat Chen Guang. Defend the goddess. Defeat Chen Guang. Defend the goddess. All brothers and sisters who think like us, don't hesitate. Join the Anti-Baldy Alliance now. There are no membership fees. We are like-minded, and we will advance and retreat together. This alliance has more than 1,000 members all over the country. Share Chen Guang's dirt at the first opportunity, and rush to the battlefield at the first opportunity. We all have the same dream, and the same goal. Come, fight with us to defeat Chen Guang. That's right. Our dream is to let the flag of the Anti-Baldy Alliance be planted in every corner of the country. Let Chen Guang be slandered wherever he goes. Join now, and we'll give you a member t-shirt for free. Chen Guang, who was walking side by side with Xian Qin in his sunglasses, almost fell to the ground. What the hell is this Anti-Baldy Alliance? Since when did I become bald? Xiao Dingjun had already figured out the reason for the uproar from the crowd, and he looked at Liang Fatsai angrily. Xiao Liang, you're too daring. You even dare to invite him. Liang Fatsai was puzzled. What's wrong? Xiao Dingjun leaned closer and whispered. You know about him and Su Lijing, right? Liang Fatsai nodded. I know, but I don't think it's a big deal. It's just a competition. The sky won't fall, right? Xiao Dingjun whispered sneakily. Now, in our circle in Dechuan province, he has a nickname. What? Ghosts worry. Liang Fatsai gasped. That's weird. Xiao Dingjun nodded. It's that weird. He's not a big shot now. He's just an internet celebrity and a college student. Who is Su Lijing? 3 or 4 of our provincial standing committee members are old friends of Su Lijing, and there are also quite a few people in Beijing who are familiar with Su Lijing. Their academic style is deeply rooted in the country, but in the end, Chen Guang committed suicide, while the others couldn't do anything about it. Although Su Lijing and his family deserved it, their ending is too miserable. What if someone accidentally steps on his tail, and he jumps up to fight you? Are you afraid? Liang Fatsai nodded. Of course I am, but I will not provoke him. At this moment, there was a commotion among the crowd waiting to enter the venue. It turns out that Dechuan's most famous professional darts player, Qin Xiaoxin, had arrived. Logically speaking, there is no reason for him to come to this kind of amateur competition. But combined with his Weibo post yesterday, his intentions were very obvious. Xiao Dingjun blinked at Liang Fatsai. You did not provoke him, but someone is provoking him. Don't you care about the people in your circle? Clearly, Deputy Chief Xiao is aware of the storm caused by the professional darts players questioning Chen Guang last night. Liang Fatsai pouted. I want to do something, but the higher-ups don't let me. I don't know what the higher-ups are trying to do. There were very few people in Dechuan province who didn't know Qin Xiaoxin. Seeing that he was here, many people didn't rush to line up. Instead, they gathered around to ask for his autograph. At the same time, they chatted with Qin Xiaoxin. Brother Xiaoxin, why are you interested in watching such a small competition? You are so stupid. Brother Xiaoxin is here to watch a clown make a fool of himself. Who are you calling stupid? Why don't you try saying it again? Qin Xiaoxin waved his hand. All right. Stop arguing. As for me, as a professional player in our province, of course I have to help our association in this kind of competition to promote the sport of darts. All in all, thank you for your support of darts. I hope that more players with potential will emerge in this competition. As for some people, we will know if they are donkeys or horses. I will remind the referee to check all the equipment of the participants. Why do I feel that there is a hidden meaning in his words? Chen Guang whispered to Enchanting beside him. Although he rushed over early in the morning and wasn't aware of the commotion on the internet last night, Chen Guang still subconsciously felt that Chen Xiaoxin must be hinting at someone, and that someone was referring to him. Chapter 478. He's talking about you. Xin pointed it out directly. Chen Guang glared at her. F***ck. How dare you slander me behind my back? I'm going to beat your face up. I'm an expert in dealing with all kinds of dissatisfaction. Save it. He didn't say it behind my back. He said it publicly on Weibo. Isn't that normal? Everyone thinks you installed a magnet on the dartboard. You didn't prove your innocence in the video either, Xin said. Are you kidding me? With my skills, beating these people up is like playing a game. Why would I need to prove my innocence? Chen Guang looked at Chen Xiaoxin, who was surrounded by fans of the dartboard and smiling as he signed autographs. A murderous glint flashed in his eyes. The old man's desire to slap his face was stirring. There must be a bloodbath in the arena today. Chen Guang couldn't be bothered to jump out and argue with them. He waved his hand. Let's go. Xin followed behind him and suddenly said, Oh right, give me your phone. Why? I haven't asked you why you came with me today. Chen Guang stared at her suspiciously. Are you a scammer? Did you approach me on purpose to steal my phone and run away? Xin actually laughed. She held onto the wall with one hand, and two dimples appeared on her face. Your joke is really funny. In the next moment, Chen Guang saw 5 deep fingerprints on the spot that she had pressed on. After thinking for about 3 seconds, old Master Guang felt that his life was probably a little more important than his phone. Anyway, Jiang Yage had deleted all the pornographic videos she had posted previously. There was nothing shameful in the phone. If you wanted it so badly, you should have said so earlier. Wouldn't it cause a misunderstanding? Take it, take it. I have Hearthstone, Cool Runnings, Clash of the Clans, and basically all the fun online games on the market. Don't stand on ceremony with my data. Please enjoy it to your heart's content. I'm not a child. I don't have the mood to play games anymore. Xin grabbed the phone and said. Chen Guang clutched his chest. Really, there's no way I can be friends with a venomous tongue like you. If you don't want to play, then don't play. It's not like I'm begging you to play. Is there a need to take the opportunity to despise me? He was about to vomit blood when he saw Xin pointing the camera at him. What is it? Chen Guang subconsciously became nervous. I'm not taking pictures. I'm helping you to start a live broadcast. Please take your stupid, cute hands away. It's too embarrassing. I can't take it anymore. Chen Guang turned around fiercely. He was afraid that he would accidentally have the urge to strangle Xin to death. If that happened, it was very likely that he would be the one being strangled. However, he really did not think of the idea of live streaming the entire competition process. To be honest, this was indeed a good way to trick fans into giving him gifts. Well then, this glorious and arduous task is yours. Remember to increase your beauty level. Although I've always relied on my talent to make a living, I can't let my looks drag me down. The Huaxia Amateur Darts Championship used the internationally commonly used Rule 501. The details were as follows. Before the game began, each player would throw a dart. The player closest to the center would throw first. There were about 200 players in total, and they were divided into 32 groups. Each group had 8 players taking turns to throw 3 darts in each round. Points would be deducted from the total score of each round based on the score of the darts thrown. The first player to reduce the total score to 0 would be the winner. In the first round of the Southwest Division preliminaries, the bottom 6 players in each group would be eliminated. only the top 2 would advance to the next round. The remaining 64 players would be divided into 8 groups. The top 2 players in each group would advance to the third round. In the third round, only half of the players would be eliminated, and 8 players would qualify for the finals in Yenjing. The groups were randomly assigned by the computer system. Chen Guang was placed in the third group, but he did not care about his opponents at all. He was looking at the rule book in his hand in annoyance. The last time he played with Lu Fei, Zhong Bai, and the others at the clubhouse, the rules weren't the official Rule 501, but the simpler Rule 301. He did not deliberately remember the rules of the official competition. Today, when the game was about to start, he realized something very embarrassing. As a dart king, he did not seem to know the rules very well. "Mr. Chen, how do you feel? I wish you a great victory today." Seeing Chen Guang reading the rule book seriously, Liang Fa walked up to him with a smile. When Chen Guang saw Su Tao, it was as though he had seen his savior. "Oh, President Liang. Sorry about the day before yesterday. There was something urgent at home, so I left in a hurry." Sorry. Since he had offended the other party quite badly last time, it was only proper etiquette for him to express a slight apology now. Liang Fa was also a person who was easy to talk to, especially after chatting with Xiao Dingjun. Facing Chen Guang, the ghost's worry of De Chuan's officialdom, he was even easier to talk to. He knew that Chen Guang was lying through his teeth, but he did not point it out. Mr. Chen, you don't have to be so courteous with me. I didn't do my job well and disturbed you in a hurry. If I had communicated with you in advance, this would not have happened. Now that the clubhouse is full, it's all thanks to your willingness to participate in the game. Our association is greatly indebted to you." Liang Fa laughed with Chen Guang. "Oh yes, President Liang. About this, the last time I officially competed with someone, I used a very casual Rule 301. But I think it's something like Rule 501 this time, and I have to double in and double out. To be honest, I don't understand what double in and double out means." Chen Guang had been wanting to ask someone for a long time. When Liang Fa heard that, he secretly rolled his eyes. He did not know why, but he really wanted to hack him to death. But old Liang swallowed his anger and squeezed out a smile. "It's fine. I'll teach you." A minute later, Chen Guangqiao impatiently waved his hand. "Chairman Liang, this is too troublesome. Just tell me directly how to win in the shortest time possible, so that people won't be able to say anything about it. The theory of double in and double out is too complicated." Liang Fa continued to squeeze out a smile. "All right, it's like this." After a long time, Chen Guang nodded in satisfaction. "Got it. It's 9 darts. First, I'll hit 7 zones with 20 points, which will be 420 points in total. Then, I'll hit a zone with 19 points, which will be 477 points. Finally, I'll hit a zone with 12 points, which will be the double zone. That should be it, right?" Liang Fa looked at him blankly. Sigh. "Wait a minute. I still have to explain to you what's the fastest way if you hit a wrong dart." However, Chen Guang waved his hand impatiently. "All right. Thank you for your kind intentions, President Liang. But don't worry. You won't miss a single one. I promise that I'll finish every round with only 9 darts. If I miss even 1 dart, I'll dig my eyes out." Liang Fa did not want to speak anymore. It was already worth writing a book about the world's top professional players who could finish a perfect round with 9 darts. They could brag about it for an entire year. Yet, you actually said that you want to finish every round with 9 darts? Be more low-key. Brother Chen Guang. Look over here. Come, smile. At that moment, Xian Qin, who was at the side, suddenly leaned over and pointed her phone's lens at Chen Guang's big face. "Move it further away. It'll make my face look bigger." Chen Guang shrank back. Liang Fa pointed at Enchanting in surprise and asked, "This is?" Although the central air conditioning in hall number 3 was not too hot, Comrade Liang felt suffocated when he saw this girl. "You're covering yourself up too tightly. What kind of weather is this? You're wearing a cap and a pair of large sunglasses. That's fine, but what's with that face mask with your tongue sticking out? Why do I feel like you're even more of a celebrity than Chen Guang?" Chen Guang was stunned. He did not know how to explain Enchanting's identity. He was puzzled. Weren't they all on the same side? Unexpectedly, Enchanting took the initiative to say, "Don't mind me. I'm brother Chen Guang's assistant." Chen Guang grinned and patted Enchanting's shoulder. "That's right. I just hired an assistant." Although he was puzzled as to why Enchanting was hiding her identity from her own people in the escort agency, it was fine as long as she was happy. He had just patted her twice when Enchanting shook her shoulder slightly. A hidden force rushed from her shoulder into Chen Guang's arm, and there was a slight cracking sound. Chen Guang's face darkened. "Damn it. It's dislocated. Do you want me to withdraw from the competition?" Before he could scold her, Enchanting patted him on the shoulder. "Come on, smile." Chen Guang squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. "You're F***king connecting it back to me again. Do you have to be so unreasonable?" While Chen Guang and Liang Fa were chatting, Chen Xiaoxin, the representative of Duchuan Province's darts industry, was sitting in the VIP area and watching the scene coldly. Old Liang is a disgrace to Duchuan Province's darts industry. Why is he so close to a clown? Chen Xiaoxin scolded. Obviously, he was a firm supporter of Chen Guang's game device cheating theory. There were some people sitting around him. Most of them were veterans of the Duchuan Province's darts industry. Some were former professional players, and some were well-known enthusiasts. "Xiaoxin, you don't have to worry about it. If he is really cheating, he won't be able to hide it for long. I have already told the referee team to specially check his equipment. If he is cheating, he will definitely reveal the truth." A slightly older man in his 50s said with an angry look on his face. "If we find out the problem, let's see how Liang Fa will deal with it." Chen Xiaoxin smiled and said, "In fact, I really hope he is that good. Otherwise, at least there will be a top master in our country." "Xiaoxin, you are still kind. But how is that possible?" Chen Xiaoxin shrugged. Everyone laughed in unison. The people of Duchuan Province's darts industry were looking forward to Chen Guang's embarrassment, but the audience did not care about these things. Most of the people who came here today were Chen Guang's various fans. A small number of people who disliked him had joined the Anti-Bald Alliance. Whether they hated or liked Chen Guang, most of them knew about his live broadcast. Now, people in the arena could not only see him in person from afar, but they could also watch his live broadcast and listen to his chat. It was a very unique and interesting experience. All in all, the audience's focus was on Chen Guang, as well as the cute lowly voice in the live stream. Chapter 479. In the live stream, Enchanting was jumping up and down beside Chen Guang, snapping pictures of his face and the occasional conversation between the two of them. Coupled with the scene and the conversation in the live stream, and looking at Chen Guang who was being annoyed by the tightly wrapped girl, many of the audience felt that it was rare to see a celebrity with such a conscience. "I say, are you a flea? Is this how you broadcast an outdoor live stream? You're going to make my important audience dizzy. What if I lose fans? You were the one who said that you wanted me to help you show off your handsomeness in all aspects. I've already adjusted the beauty settings to the max, so I can't miss out on any details. If you don't say this out loud, we can still be friends. Stop talking and keep acting cool. Don't disturb my live stream." Chen Guang suddenly put his face in front of the camera. "My friends, believe me, I really didn't turn on the beauty settings." The hundreds of thousands of audience members in the live stream were about to burst into laughter. "Bro, You're rubbing your nose so hard that it's about to collapse, and you call that not turning on the beauty settings? What a drug dealer. Everyone had gradually come to understand Brother Allrounder's character. But then again, this girl's voice was really cute. It sounded like a wind chime swaying in the wind, tinkling on a plate. It was crisp and pleasing to the ear, a perfect example of a female poison. I don't know why, but I seem to have been influenced by this voice. I want to quit the Anti-Baldy Alliance. Pfft. You should be more determined. This chin shimmy already has goddess gene, yet he's still fooling around outside. This is unforgivable. Don't talk nonsense. How do you know there's something going on between the two? Are you stupid? How could such a cute girl be tainted? Furthermore, if their relationship wasn't normal, would Chen Guang be so brazen as to start a live stream with her? Do you think she's stupid? Didn't the girl say it already? She's his assistant. You're right. You too can be more firm. You'll believe her just because she says she's his assistant. The people who were discussing this actually didn't know much about darts. However, there were still a lot of knowledgeable people in the live broadcast room at this time. They were shocked by Chen Guang's bold words to Liang Fatsai just now. You need 9 darts to clear every round. Can't you at least write a draft before bragging? You want to broadcast the whole thing? Aren't you afraid of embarrassing yourself by bragging in the live broadcast? The real darts enthusiasts present were also divided into 2 factions. Most people agreed with Chu Hao and other well-known professional players, and only a small number of people chose to be neutral or believe in Chen Guang unconditionally. At this time, Chen Guang's bold words were also gradually spreading among the crowd. There was no doubt that the majority of people who watched professional matches felt that what they had heard was a joke. All over the country, pro players like Chu Hao, Hua Ming, and Lian Yu were also paying attention to the match, laughing their heads off. Perhaps there was only one person in the country who didn't like Chen Guang, but was a true darts enthusiast who couldn't laugh. Unfortunately, he wasn't here. He was Lu Fei's pursuer, Mr. Yumeng Chang. At this time, since he was defeated by Lu Fei last time, he went back to reflect on the painful experience. It wasn't that he had given up on Lu Fei, but he chose to start from another direction and no longer tried to attack her head-on. He just hid in the dark, quietly waiting for Chen Guang to make a fool of himself. He had already publicly announced his relationship with Jin Shiyue, but he was still entangled with Lu Fei. You brat, just wait for your boat to capsize in the gutter. With the official start of the match, the live broadcast of the Sichuan Province Sports Channel was also connected. As one of the organizers of the match, Xiao Dingjun had left early. He had done his job, and the rest was up to Liang Fatsai, the owner of the escort association. Liang Fatsai hid behind the scenes, mingling with the staff of the Sichuan Province television station. The attendance rate was unexpectedly high. Next, it was another important indicator of the success of the match, the ratings. Normal sports competitions might not care about the viewership ratings as much as he did, but the association had just had a new president. Although this president didn't seem very reliable and had only shown her face twice so far, there was no doubt that she was powerful. She had the headquarters as her backing, and she had used some strange means to instantly conquer the hearts of several senior vice presidents. In short, now the escort association was under a lot of pressure. Whether they could achieve the targets set by the new president within this year mostly depended on whether the amateur championship could be effective. Therefore, the ratings of the live broadcast were a matter of life and death. If they dropped the ball at the critical moment, perhaps everyone would be out of luck. Old Yang, is the real-time ratings out now? Liang Fatsai squatted in the director's room and asked every once in a while, making PD Yang very annoyed. President Liang, please let me go. Don't you know the ratings of your competition? Last year, the ratings of your National League in our province were in the last 2 digits of the decimal point. Today's is just an amateur competition. Can it turn the sky upside down? It's better to go out and see if you can find 2 good seedlings than to waste your time here. Besides, the real-time ratings are said to be real-time, but everyone knows that there is a delay. The game has only started a few minutes ago. How can the statistics come so quickly? PD Yang slammed the table and yelled at Liang Fatsai. Liang Fatsai was also a little embarrassed. This sports channel was not on satellite, and the audience range was basically limited to Duchuan province. However, it had to compete with all the satellite TV stations in the country for ratings. It had always been the role of a prince, struggling to survive in the cracks. Now it was not easy to get an exclusive live broadcast, but it turned out to be a darts competition that no one liked. It was normal for PD Yang to be angry. He did not make it clear. In fact, in the hearts of the professionals, the ratings of your National League provincial broadcast last year were 0.9%. This time it was just an amateur competition. You should be thankful that it did not continue to drop. Why waste time and saliva asking these questions? Old Yang, the situation is different this time. It's really different. Liang Fatsai's eyes drifted to one of the surveillance cameras, where Chen Guang was being checked by the referee. There was a faint expectation in his heart. PD Yang was too lazy to argue with him. What difference can it be? There is a star in our competition this time, Liang Fatsai said. PD Yang curled his lips and pointed to one of the surveillance cameras. Isn't your biggest star, Chen Xiaoxin, staying in the stands? No, I'm not talking about him, Liang Fatsai said again. Okay, President Liang, you'd better go out. Don't make trouble for me here. Even if this is just a temporary task, I still have to be busy. Camera 3. Push it forward. Aim at the girl in red. She is very beautiful. Give her 5 seconds. Camera 7. Zoom out. Now, camera 1, focus on the darts. Little Shen, don't be in a daze. What are you doing? Quickly adjust the scoreboard. This is a live broadcast. Seeing that PD Yang began to pretend to be busy, Liang Fatsai had no choice but to walk out with a bitter face. At this moment, a piece of data suddenly flashed on the central control console in front of PD Yang. He actually knew what this was. It was the real-time ratings that Liang Fatsai wanted. Although he said that there was no hope, he still looked down subconsciously. After being stunned for a second, he shouted, F***CK. Liang Fatsai walked over quickly. What's the matter? How much? F***CKU. How many people did you find at home to turn on the TV to boost your ratings? 8%. PD Yang was stunned. Liang Fatsai was also beaming with joy for a while. God has eyes. Although this data did not seem to be very good, it was 20 times more than last year's unlucky 0.9%. This was under the circumstances of being chased and intercepted by all the major satellite TV channels in the country. A local sports channel that had not been able to get on the satellite TV forcibly snatched 1.8% from the tiger's mouth. PD Yang's status in Duchuan province satellite TV was obviously not high. Otherwise, he would not have ended up broadcasting such a lousy game that was destined to have no ratings. But when he saw the number 1.8%, a burst of blood rushed to his heart. My, old Yang's chance to make a comeback is here. He shook his head in confusion. How can it be so high? This is not in line with the market rules. Liang Fatsai chuckled. Didn't I say that we have a star in this game? Then old Liang pointed to Chen Guang, who was hiding in one of the surveillance cameras and was ready to go on stage. See him? That's him. PD Yang first gave a few instructions in a row with his blood boiling, then looked at the position Liang Fatsai was pointing at. He looks vaguely familiar. It's the almighty Superman, Chen Guang, Jin Shiyue's boyfriend, the Chen Guang who brought down Su Lijing in the public trial broadcast live on satellite TV some time ago. Liang Fatsai said a few titles of Chen Guang one after another. PD Yang slapped his thigh. Hey! You should have said so earlier. From now on, camera 6, you focus on that boy for me. That's right, it's the tall, handsome boy in the white t-shirt. Don't move it away for a second. I'll change your lens at any time. Little Shen. Immediately, give me a brief introduction of Chen Guang, no more than 40 words. His image must be positive. His words must be refined. Avoid Jin Shiyue's matter. I'll give you 5 minutes. At this time, Chen Guang, who was winking at Xian Qin's camera and preparing to go on stage, had no idea that a high-definition camera above his head had been pointed at him the whole time. After watching others compete for a long time, he almost yawned. Although many of the amateurs in the competition went all out, and there was no lack of dazzling performances that amazed the audience, in the eyes of a professional like Chen Guang, it was too sloppy. Even Chen Xiaoxin, who was in the stands, felt a little bored. He commented, I don't see any potential in any of these amateurs who signed up for the competition this year to become a professional player. After watching Chen Guang make a fool of himself, let's go. It's boring. Chen Guang is on stage. Another middle-aged man said with a playful smile on his face. Chapter 480. Chen Xiaoxin sat up straight. He didn't know why, but when he looked at Chen Guang's confident and calm smile from afar, he didn't seem to be as confident as before. At the same time, 3 cameras began to appear on the Duchuan Province Sports Channel, giving close-up shots of Chen Guang from different angles. At the same time, a simple character introduction appeared on the screen. Chen Guang, student of Gokyo University, upright, warm-hearted, brave and strong, an excellent amateur dart player, unmarried. Although some people always complained that Chen Guang was shameless and insisted that he was handsome, under the angle carefully chosen by PD Yang, Chen Guang's angular face really showed a little bit of a handsome young man's flavor. If Lord Guang himself knew about this, he would probably beg PD Yang to learn photography. In the director's room, PD Yang slapped Little Shen's head. I told you not to mention Jin Shiyue. What do you mean by adding unmarried to my name? Do I need you to specifically emphasize that he is unmarried? Are you helping him to find a wife? This is a live sports show, not a census. Do you still need to explain his marriage status? Are you stupid? Huh? Are you stupid? Sister Shiyue, come and see, this TV station is actually saying that brother Chen Guang is unmarried. Jiang Yage pointed at the TV and yelled with a strange expression. She was very angry. What do they mean? They are helping brother Chen Guang to get some luck with women. I won't do it. Jin Shiyue straightened up from the yoga board and giggled at Jiang Yage's anxiousness. He is unmarried. I don't care, I don't care. At least he is your boyfriend on the surface. This Duchuan satellite TV is tearing down our station. I'm not happy. I won't cooperate with Duchuan satellite TV anymore. Jiang Yage pouted. Jin Shiyue glared at her. Don't mess around. We haven't been on Duchuan satellite TV's programs since our debut. They are not Hudong satellite TV, and their ratings are very low. Hey! Wait, don't touch my phone. Jiang Yage raised her eyebrows proudly. It's too late. I've already sent it. You can't take it back, can you? Jin Shiyue snatched the phone and saw that she had just posted on her Weibo. Hubby, all the best. Almighty Superman. Many of the viewers who were waiting in front of their televisions or computers to watch the network immediately burst into laughter. People always say that it's not too late to slap someone's face. Goddess Poetic Moon, your reaction was a little too fast. It hasn't even been 10 seconds and you can't sit still anymore. Regardless of the commotion outside, Chen Guang, who was standing at the line of throwing the dart, knew nothing. He only looked at the dart board calmly and lifted it lightly. The first dart accurately hit the centermost zone 50, snatching first place in the next round of 3. After a short wait, he was the first to throw 3 darts in this round. Whoosh! 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 3 consecutive darts, without exception, all hit the 20-point triple zone perfectly. According to the rules of the game, Chen Guang crossed his arms and sat to the side, waiting for the other players to throw their darts. When Chen Xiaoxin and the others saw this scene, their hearts tightened. Chen Guang's darts were too fast and stable. His movements were smooth and there was no hesitation. He picked up the dart and threw it, revealing a strong sense of confidence. This was not a state a newbie could possess. The all-rounder fans, on the other hand, did not see it so clearly. Almighty Bro didn't hit the center bullseye with 3 consecutive darts. Is he purposely going easy? I don't really understand the rules, but it's possible that the bullseye isn't the highest score. A darts enthusiast at the side could not stand it anymore. I say, brothers, if you don't understand, you should at least study the rules. He was playing in the triple zone of 20 points. It's 10 points higher than the 50-point bullseye. Does that mean this is awesome? The enthusiast nodded heavily. Awesome to the point of exploding. In front of the live broadcast, the same conversation was happening everywhere. Not only that, perhaps because of Jean Shiyue's Weibo post, people who had not turned on the TV for a long time suddenly sat in front of the TV and started to look for the Dutchwan Sports channel. This caused the live broadcast ratings of the game to continue to rise. In the conference room of a 5-star hotel in Denghai, Lu Fei, who had just finished a meeting, turned on the TV. She was speechless as she watched Chen Guang show off his prowess. You sure know how to have fun. You went to compete in the middle of playing? Yu Mengchang is really pitiful. Lu Fei covered her mouth and laughed as she muttered to herself. She thought that Chen Guang was narrow-minded and that it was not enough to win the money from Yu Mengchang in darts. He still had to get results in the official game to embarrass Yu Mengchang. Frankly speaking, Lu Fei felt that Chen Guang's ruthless behavior toward his love rival was a little naive. It was not the bearing a successful person should have. It was as if he had nothing better to do all day. However, she understood the reason, but she still felt happy in her heart. This guy was not a blockhead. He knew what to do from time to time to make people happy. Director Lu, what about the celebration party later? At this time, Lu Fei's female secretary carefully poked her head in from outside the conference room. Lu Fei rubbed her chin. Let a few deputy directors go. I have something to do here, so I won't be showing up. Oh, right. Bring me a box of lunchboxes. The secretary was stunned for a moment before she left. She thought to herself, Director Lu is really diligent. Not long after, Chen Guang once again shot 3 20-point triple zones. Just like before, they were as accurate as cruise missiles. Chen Xiaoxin could not sit still anymore. He straightened up from his seat and stretched his neck to look. That was impossible. Even the top-ranked pro players in the world couldn't be like him, randomly hitting wherever he wanted to. Did he really have such terrifying dart-throwing skills? Thinking of this, Chen Xiaoxin felt his scalp go numb. He looked down at his arm, and then looked at Chen Guang's right hand from afar. He thought to himself, how can you do this? You are a human, not a machine. How good is your muscle control to be able to throw such a stable dart? I am a professional player. I have been playing this game for more than 10 years. I can't even practice for 8 hours a day. There was something fishy about this. There must be something fishy. Ordinary fans who did not know Chen Guang could not sit still in front of the TV. In the slow-motion replay that PD Yang had specially adjusted, every bid movement of Chen Guang's dart was clearly interpreted in slow motion. It was perfect and flawless. His movements were stable beyond imagination. Chu Hao, Hua Ming, Lian Yu, and many other domestic professional players who had been watching the game and firmly doubted Chen Guang also began to panic. This doesn't seem to be the same way as the darts that we have always understood. These people thought to themselves, if he really did what he said and completed 9 darts, wouldn't it mean that this person was really that strong? It didn't make sense. This group of poor mortals finally experienced the desolation, despair, and panic that Yu Mengchang had felt when he played against Chen Guang in the club. On the other side, P.D. Yang, who was in the TV station's live broadcast program, was burning up. Oh my god, 14%. What kind of lousy game is this? The ratings actually broke too. No one would believe it if I told them. Liang Fatsai poked his head in from outside the studio. What? P.D. Yang quickly changed his words. President Liang, your game is really amazing. Professional, high-end, magnificent, and upscale. No one would dare to believe such a viewership rating. 14%. I can't believe that I, old Yang, can also do a show with more than 2% ratings. President Liang, I really admire you. Liang Fatsai beamed. I like honest people like you, old Yang. Chen Guang couldn't care less about what others were thinking. He was now working very hard to maintain the discipline in his live broadcast room. The method was very simple. He borrowed a computer from the organizing committee, opened his live broadcast room on the computer, and blocked all the bullet screen comments that looked like they were scolding him for 9,999 hours, IQ, and everything was blocked. F***CK. Brother All-Rounder is amazing. This scolding company is so sharp, there are hundreds of accounts in one IP. 66666. In addition to cooking in the live broadcast room, Chen Guang also kept an eye on the growth of his faith value under the guise of drinking water. As he expected, he had only thrown 6 darts since the start of the game, but the dart statue's faith value had skyrocketed from more than 4,000 to 500. It was close to 5,000. This was only the first day of the Long China Amateur Darts Championship. The game had just begun, and he hadn't even thrown all the results of the first round. He didn't know how much the dart statue's production capacity could increase if he kept winning all the way to the international arena. As long as the hype was good, it seemed like catching up with Otto's statue wasn't a dream. The bolder a person was, the more he could produce. He couldn't help but smile. This trip was really worth it. Chen Guang looked up at Chen Xiaoxin from afar, and Chen Xiaoxin looked back at Chen Guang at the same time. This famous player, who was ranked 5th in the country and 78th in the world, felt an inexplicable chill in his heart. Chen Xiaoxin thought, is he holding a grudge and thinking of revenge? He was wrong. Chen Guang didn't hold a grudge against him. Chen Guang's eyes were very kind. I just want to hold you in the palm of my hand, because you are my faith value. Finally, after the other 7 players threw their second round, it was Chen Guang's turn again. For some reason, when he once again stood in front of the dart throwing line, the originally noisy stadium suddenly became deathly silent. Even the audience who didn't understand darts could feel that the atmosphere had changed. Chen Guang picked up the tungsten dart and smiled at the crowd. The other 7 amateur players in his group also looked at him with anticipation. Seeing the faith value that kept appearing on their foreheads, Chen Guang's smile became even warmer. So, he took a step back. He took another step back from the 244-meter dart line. Is he purposely distancing himself? While the audience was wondering, Chen Guang took another step back, more than 3 meters. What is he doing? Perhaps only Lu Fei in front of the TV and Xian Qin in the stadium understood Chen Guang's intention. Distance was not a problem for him at all. He was purposely showing off. Whoosh! A dart flew out and hit the 20-meter triple zone perfectly, nailing it to the middle of the bar. Everyone exclaimed. Whoosh! The second dart flew out and hit the 19-meter triple zone perfectly. The audience exclaimed again. Whoosh! The third dart. The tungsten dart was nailed to the 12-meter double zone. A perfect ending with 9 darts. Chapter 481. The audience cheered. I told you that it's a piece of cake for Brother Almighty, but you didn't believe me. Let me tell you. If you watch more of his videos, you'll know that even if he's standing outside the stadium, tens of meters away, he'll still be so accurate. Some people even said that he's a clown. I wonder who's the clown here? The real darts enthusiasts in the stands reacted enthusiastically. On the contrary, the die-hard fans of Chen Guang's identity as Almighty Superman were very calm, as if they had already seen through the world. You're all frogs at the bottom of a well. Isn't this normal? In the corner, the Anti-Bald Head Alliance was silent. What made the Anti-Bald Head Guild leader's heart ache was that he had finally found a chance to recruit more than 10 members, but only halfway through the competition, 7 or 8 of them had already quietly left. He had brought more than 30 people, but now 9 of them had already left, and they had even left the group. What the F***ck? I'm here to recruit more members, but why are there fewer and fewer? I feel bad for myself. This is nothing. I can do it with my eyes closed. What a fuss. Enchanting, who was holding up her phone to take pictures of Chen Guang, couldn't bear to see these people's ignorance and couldn't help but complain. You haven't turned off the live broadcast. Be careful that the netizens in the comments will say you're bragging. What am I bragging about? I'm just telling the truth. It's just a small trick. It's not worth mentioning, Enchanting said unhappily. Chen Guang's face turned serious. He thought to himself, why are you so insensible? Everyone is worshipping me, and your words will affect my faith output. See, the increase is starting to decline. They have no idea that this is just the tip of the iceberg of your invincible ultimate skill, Enchanting added seriously. Nodding his head, Chen Guang replied, I admire impartial and objective assistants like you. At this moment, a loud shout came from the huge stadium. He's cheating. He's using magnetic darts. There's something wrong with the darts too. The voice came too suddenly and was too loud. It actually suppressed the hustle and bustle of the people in the huge stadium. It was even completely picked up by the live broadcast device, appearing in the ears of all the viewers watching the live broadcast and Chen Guang's live broadcast. Liang Fatsai, who was beaming with joy, suddenly got angry. Who's causing trouble? Isn't that nonsense? PD Yang was also shocked. Isn't this a live broadcast accident? Following the source of the sound and the stunned gazes of the audience, the organizers of the competition found the source of the sound. It was unknown whether it was a mistake by the live broadcast staff or someone deliberately stopped, but the live broadcast camera was also pointed in that direction. Things suddenly became interesting. The one who said that Chen Guang used magnetic darts was Chen Xiaoxin. Liang Fatsai's expression turned extremely ugly. He felt that Chen Xiaoxin was simply too inconsiderate. Even if he had any thoughts, dissatisfaction, or felt that others had stolen his limelight, he could have told him in private. This was a formal competition. Although it was not broadcast live nationwide, it was still broadcast live in the province. What was he trying to do? Chen Xiaoxin suddenly became the focus of countless eyes. Even from the big screen above the stadium, it seemed that the live broadcast camera was also focused on him. Chen Xiaoxin's face suddenly became pale. His brain short-circuited just now and he subconsciously shouted like this. He didn't expect to become the focus of the audience. He took a step back and wanted to quibble, but he didn't know what to say. It was a long story, but it only took a few seconds. Beads of cold sweat appeared on both sides of his temples, and Chen Xiaoxin suddenly propped himself up on the bonfire. Liang Fatsai stamped his feet and returned to the director's room. Old Yang, what are you doing? Hurry up and cut the screen. I'll return the game to normal immediately. Remember to cut back. At this time, the pressure on Chen Xiaoxin seemed to exceed a critical point that he could bear. He simply gritted his teeth and shouted again, Chen Guang, you cheated. Liang Fatsai staggered and almost fell to the ground. How can I get away with this? A scandal. This is simply a scandal. A scandal on the first day of the China Amateur Darts League. No, that's not right. Chen Guang didn't really use magnetic darts, so what's there to smell? It's clearly Chen Xiaoxin messing around. Liang Fatsai's eyes turned wildly, thinking of a way to remedy the situation. PD Yang was also in an awkward situation. He had publicly questioned Chen Xiaoxin twice in a row on TV. If he cut the screen like this, it would be a bit stiff. What should I do now? God of live broadcasting, save me. I, old Yang, have finally managed to turn things around. I can't possibly flip half a circle and then turn around again and again, turning 360 degrees, right? At this time, there was also a lot of anger in front of the TV. Some people slammed the table and jumped up, scolding this little B*TCH for daring to question our brother all-rounder. There were also some darts enthusiasts who raised their arms and shouted that professional players had a good eye. They knew that Chen Guang was a shameless person who fished in troubled waters and should be exposed in public. Chu Hao and the other professional players also blushed and clenched their fists, cheering for Chen Xiaoxin in their hearts. Brother Xiaoxin, you did what we all wanted to do but couldn't. Even if you are banned from the escort association after this, you can still come to my house to freeload. We will support you psychologically. Chen Guang was also very embarrassed. How dare he say that the old man cheated? Does he need to cheat for such a small dish? Aren't you looking down on me? However, he was really worried that some people who didn't know the truth would be misled by Chen Xiaoxin's words and affect their own faith value output. He gritted his teeth fiercely. Damn it, I'll bite you to death. Chen Guang couldn't help but be furious. Those fans watching in his live broadcast room also jumped up one by one. Who is this idiot? This kind of person should be arrested by the police. I know him. The champion of a domestic competition a few years ago seems to be the professional darts player, Chen Xiaoxin. I found him. It's Chen Xiaoxin. The scumbag who criticized Brother All-Rounder on the internet a few days ago. He's jealous. He's jealous that our Brother All-Rounder is better at playing darts than him. DSFSDFFGG, the Anti-Bald Head Alliance parachuted in. Well said, Chen Xiaoxin. DSFSDFFGG has been banned from the live broadcast room by the Super Administrator for 99,999 hours. Super Administrator 666666. Finally, in the midst of the chaos and the embarrassment of the live broadcast of the game for a full 30 seconds, Chen Guang spoke. He pointed at Chen Xiaoxin from afar and said loudly, "This unknown professional darts player, Mr. Chen Xiaoxin, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. If you say that I cheated, you have to show evidence and present the facts. If you talk nonsense, I can sue you for slander. I know that your professional circle has a problem with me, but you're not as good as me, so don't King talk. Aya, director, mute the sound. I'm a public figure, I can't say vulgar words in public." PD Yang slapped his forehead. "Brother, it's too late. From the moment you opened your mouth, I adjusted the camera and the sound to you." Chen Xiaoxin was stunned for a moment by Chen Guang's scolding, but he immediately adjusted himself. Anyway, it had already come to this, so he might as well give up. "If you're not guilty, bring your equipment and let us check it." Chen Guang grinned. No need to be so troublesome. Then he turned his head and said to the young player who was already stunned, "Kid, can you lend me your darts for a while?" The child handed the dart box to Chen Guang in confusion. Chen Guang took it, then pointed to the front and said loudly, "Chen." "No, Chen Xiaoxin. Didn't you say that I used magnetic darts?" "Well, I borrowed a box of darts from someone else." "I can't say that everyone else used magnetic darts, right? Tell me, where do you want me to play in the first 4 darts? How many points and how many times? Just tell me. You can also choose whichever darts you want me to play in, which one you want me to play." As he spoke, Chen Guang walked back, almost standing at the edge of the field. A total of 4 regional darts were lined up about a dozen meters in front of him. The huge venue was silent. Chen Xiaoxin was completely dumbfounded. "A dozen meters, where do you want me to play? Or use someone else's darts?" His heart was at a loss. "This is really not the darts I know. This is not how my professional career started. If Yu Mengchang was here, he would understand his feelings. This guy's style is completely different from ours." Chapter 482. "What? You don't dare to say it? Weren't you very loud just now?" Chen Guang provoked him. Of course, he couldn't let this matter go. Since Liang Fatsai gave him face and didn't ask him to stop, he still had a chance to wash away the injustice on the live TV. At this time, Chen Guang was grateful that Chen Xiaoxin jumped out to stir up trouble. Otherwise, it wouldn't feel good if he just threw a few darts alone. He had to fight back directly under other people's doubts to prove that he was awesome. "I want to be famous, and you came to be my stepping stone. I should build a monument for you to thank you for your great kindness." Chen Xiaoxin's face turned red, and he was very scared. He was really afraid that if Chen Guang could really hit wherever he pointed, then he would be completely a pathetic clown. He would be nailed to the pillar of shame, and he would be regarded as a big joke by the thousands of audience present and the tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of people in front of the TV. He gradually regretted that he should have considered whether Chu Hao's judgment was correct or not. Since he was in Wujing, he should have at least gone to Mr. Jin's club in person to verify whether there was something wrong with the dart board and darts at that time. If the skills this guy performed in the video and the live broadcast were completely real, he was simply not a human. He could stand proudly at the peak of human history for thousands of years. From ancient times to the present, there was no real person who could do it. Such a person could only live in the special effects of the movie. "I am just a mortal. Why am I qualified to question such a person?" Thinking of this, Chen Xiaoxin's eyes suddenly became firm. "Yes, what am I afraid of? Am I afraid to admit that someone can really be so strong? Am I afraid to admit that my skills are really not as good as others? Am I afraid to face the jealousy in my heart in the past? Am I afraid to be found out that I was just easily doubting without verification? No, I am wrong. If he is real, then he is not a human. I lost to him, or any dart player on the earth lost to him. It is reasonable. This isn't a humiliation, nor is it jealousy. Even if I'm treated as a joke by the world, it's a joke that serves as a foil to the glory of God. Since fear and retreat couldn't change the situation, he might as well bite the bullet and go forward. In any case, he would be stabbed if he stuck his head out, and he would be stabbed if he shrank his head. The second dart is divided into 16 double zones," he said in a clear voice. The next moment, Chen Guang flicked his hand from afar, and the dart shot out like lightning. It hit its target. The fourth dart is 15 minutes into the triple zone. Right on target. 1 point for the first dart board, double zone. Right on target. The third dart is at 19 points. Right on target. After the 4 consecutive darts, the huge stadium was silent. Everyone stared blankly at the big screen above the stadium. The 4 darts shot by Chen Guang all hit the center of each area that Chen Xiaoxin had pointed out, without a single error. At a distance of more than 10 meters, the darts were shot accurately down to the millimeter. The words were spoken, the hands moved, and the darts arrived in one go. How terrifying! Chen Xiaoxin gripped the guardrail in front of him tightly. Perhaps he was overly excited, or perhaps he was too nervous, but he felt his legs and arms trembling violently. Even his voice began to tremble. It was unbelievable and unimaginable, but it was true. I have become a witness to this moment in history. However, Chen Guang handed the dart box to the young player next to him and turned to bow slightly to another white-haired veteran player. "Sir, may I use your dart?" The old man excitedly handed over the dart box and encouraged him. Young man, you can do it. Try to win a gold medal for our country in the Olympics. Chen Guang nodded heavily. Yes. Xin, who was broadcasting from the side, reminded him softly. Dart is not an Olympic sport. Chen Guang and the old man were speechless. Chen Xiaoxin. Go on. I changed the box again. If you suspect that I colluded with that kid just now, you can't say that everyone here is colluding with me, right? Chen Guang shook the box in his hand and said loudly to Chen Xiaoxin. Chen Xiaoxin opened his mouth slightly and wanted to explain. He wanted to loudly tell Chen Guang that he was convinced. Unexpectedly, before he could speak, Chen Guang took the initiative to throw another dart. Forget it, I'll point it out myself. The third dartboard's 50-point zone, the fourth dartboard's 5-point zone, another 4 darts were thrown consecutively. Every dartboard was taken care of. Chen Xiaoxin was about to open his mouth to persuade him when Chen Guang said again, you must still be suspicious and think that every dartboard is problematic. How about this, I'll change my way of thinking. Chen Xiaoxin panicked. F***CK. Brother, take a breather. At least let me say something. I'm convinced. He felt like he was about to break down. My good brother, I'm already convinced. Can you give me a chance to admit defeat? Can you let me say something? On the other side, Chen Guang completely ignored him. He first grabbed a dart from his own dart box, raised his hand, and threw it high up in a parabola. Then, he took out another dart and threw it fiercely. The second dart caught up to the first dartboard even though it was thrown later. The tip of the dart pierced through the dartboard and nailed it right in the middle of the 50-point zone of the first dartboard. At that moment, the audience in the stadium, in front of the TV, and in the live broadcast room, were truly stunned. This was a moving target. Furthermore, the dart that Chen Xiaoxin threw first was spinning in the air and falling down. Furthermore, since the dartboard was a cylinder, the dartboard had to hit the center line of the dartboard. Otherwise, the dartboard would definitely roll over and not be nailed to the wall. What amazing eyesight, what frightening prediction, and how accurate was that? Chen Xiaoxin's legs turned to jelly, and he fell to the ground on his butt. Oh my God. The huge stadium was so quiet that only the sound of people inhaling cold air could be heard. What? Nothing to say? Continue to nitpick. I still have. Chen Guang was not done yet. Chen Xiaoxin was close to tears. Big bro, please let me go. I'm so tired. Alright. That's enough. If you continue to show off, this competition won't be able to continue. Liang Fatsai appeared just in time. He hugged Chen Guang from the side and brought him backstage. He whispered, Big bro, control yourself a little. You can't force us to announce that you have won the championship in advance, right? Chen Guang hurriedly shook his head. Don't. I still have to continue competing. Otherwise, how am I going to get on Central TV? Then quickly stop using your supernatural powers. Liang Fatsai rolled his eyes. He had never seen anyone show off their skills to such an inhumane degree. Old Liang thought to himself, forget it. I wanted to go back and find trouble with Chen Xiaoxin, but from the looks of it, there was no need for that. Chen Guang was pulled away by Liang Fatsai, and the competition finally continued. The other contestants seemed to have been greatly stimulated. One by one, they performed brilliantly and played at a level far beyond what an amateur should have. Although there was an accident in the middle of the competition, and a full 7 or 8 minutes of content unrelated to the competition was interrupted, PD Yang was completely smiling. He looked at the real-time viewership of 2.85% in the lower right corner and was almost speechless. I made an ace show without doing anything. Something unexpected happened in the middle of the competition. Not only did it not cause the show's viewership to drop, but it also climbed to a peak. It was really gratifying. Chen Guang was pulled away from the TV camera. He turned backstage and asked his little assistant, Enchanting, to focus the live broadcast on him. Dear viewers in the live broadcast room, let me ask you. Is this awesome or not? I'm not bragging, but the old man has been in the escort industry for 800 years, and I've never seen anyone better than me. Professional players and world rankings are all a joke. It's just that I wasn't in the mood to play house with others. Otherwise, the world rankings would be like this in the future. There would be a total of 2 levels. One of them would be me, Chen Guang, and the other would be the first place under Chen Guang, all the way up to the nth place. High profile. What was high profile? This was high profile. The audience in the live broadcast room was amused, but they really could not refute him. This netizen on the bullet screen said it well. He asked me if Little Li Flying Dagger and Li Xuanhuan was better. I can only be humble here. It's also because I'm not in the same world as Li Xuanhuan. Otherwise, the first place in the register of weapons would be me, Little Chen Flying Dagger. Li Xuanhuan would be 1 place lower. I've never bragged. I'm responsible for every word I say. I've said before that if they dare to let me participate in this amateur competition and the World Championship, I promise that as long as they dare to let me participate, I'll play with 9 darts until the end of time. If I miss, I'll pick a netizen from the bullet screen and give him a popcorn 6S. I'll also give you an autographed photo of my face. I guarantee that you'll be so handsome that you can hang it at your door to attract wealth and at your bedside to ward off evil spirits. Usually, when Chen Guang did not interact with the bullet screen, he was very popular and received many gifts. Now that he was casually talking nonsense in front of the camera and selling melons, the bullet screen was even more jubilant. Millions of viewers were amused, and gifts did not stop. I'm tired. Let me drink some water to calm myself. The next round of competition will probably be in the afternoon. Everyone, take a break. I'll come again in the afternoon. Chen Guang did not have a competition in the morning. Staying on the live broadcast and showing his face would not increase his popularity. He said goodbye to Enchanting and asked her to turn off the live broadcast. While drinking water, he calculated the production of his faith value. After playing 9 darts and slapping Chen Xiaoxin's face, the production of the dart god statue's faith value suddenly exploded and shot up to 7,000. It actually increased by 2,000. In addition, the live broadcast room also received tens of thousands of yuan in gifts. It was a big harvest. Reality proved that as long as you were able to show off and slap people in the face, the content of the live broadcast was interesting, and the effect of the show was great, even if you did not play games. He took out 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Enchanting. My assistant Enchanting, thank you for your hard work. Enchanting rolled her eyes and took out a centurion's black card from her pocket. For your victory, take this 100 yuan and buy yourself a lollipop. Chapter 483. I know a 10-year-old beef hot pot in the alley over there. The taste is super authentic. How about it? Are you interested? Since gold and silver jewelry couldn't bribe the little assistant, Chen Guang decisively took out another killer weapon. Although this violent aesthetic loli might explode from time to time, risks and benefits always coexisted. She could really help a lot. Whether it was a video editor or a live broadcast assistant, she was easy to handle. Not to mention that she was useful, Chen Guang almost didn't want to part with her. Okay. The happiness in Enchanting's eyes almost pierced through her sunglasses. Sure enough, all girls like hot pot, even a thick-skinned loli is no exception. No wonder she asked me if I was the best chef in the world yesterday. I think, if there is a chance, it is necessary to use the cooking cup world. Women can hold up half the sky, and the other half belongs to me. I will use food to conquer the girls, and then the old man will be the king. He silently looked at the 200,000 faith points that he had saved with great difficulty. Well, it was still a little far from enough. However, there was still a long way to go. As long as he thought of ways to increase his faith points every day, sooner or later, the old man would be able to learn anything he wanted. Chen Guang changed his clothes backstage and returned to his fully armed appearance with big sunglasses. He quietly walked out from the backstage passage, but before he went out, he was stopped by a group of people. Before Chen Guang said anything, Enchanting stood in front of him and stopped this group of people. Down with Chen Guang. Guardian Goddess. All members of the Asia-Pacific branch of the Pan-Pacific Anti-Bald Head Alliance are here. Down with the scum Chen Guang. 20 to 30 people with uneven height and weight, ages ranging from 15 to 30 years old, but dressed in relatively low-key and not luxurious clothes, tightly surrounded the backstage passage exit of the contestants. That's right, the Anti-Baldy Alliance saw that they couldn't make any noise in the arena, so they simply brought people to block the players' passage. If they could successfully cause a disturbance, the president wouldn't mind giving Chen Guang a hard time. If he could injure this guy, that would be great. Chen Guang was shocked. What? The old man's fan organization hasn't appeared yet. Has the old man's organization expanded to the Pacific Ocean? Beat this Chen shimmy up. Seeing that Chen Guang had been suppressed, the Alliance Master was overjoyed and shouted, "Charge! If Buddha's strength is willing." Hearing those words, Chen Guang was dumbfounded. Isn't your slogan too casual? What do you mean by forthright? In the end, you guys were sent by the Lich King to amuse me? How can the old man's great career fall into the hands of trash like you? He took a step forward, rolled up his sleeves, and planned to give this group of inexplicable young men a profound lesson in life. Suddenly, Enchanting, who had been standing behind him, rushed out with a whoosh. 2 cold lights appeared in the palms of her hands. In the next second, her slender figure had drifted like a ghost. In the blink of an eye, the group of people outside were already wailing. Enchanting demonstrated a new posture very well. How one person besieged a group of people. That's right, that was the feeling she gave people. Chen Guang shrugged. This scene was so familiar that it reminded him of his good gay friend, Wen, who was in Yanjing and whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Therefore, I can't let a female comrade master such a dangerous weapon like internal energy. Look, how bloody and violent this scene is. It really makes people sad and cry. If a mature and steady male comrade like me takes action, the scene definitely won't be so violent. But to be honest, Enchanting's assistant is really useful. She can make videos, do live broadcasts, and is super good at fighting. Moreover, she doesn't have to pay a salary. It's hard to find such a good assistant. About 3 minutes later, Enchanting clapped her hands and walked back expressionlessly. How dare you stop me from eating hot pot? Anti-Bald Alliance? Huh? Chen Guang looked at the more than 20 people in front of him who had been shaved. You are the head of the Shaolin Temple Barber Hall. How can you shave so fast? So bright. Enchanting said indifferently, when I was 3 years old, my master taught me to use a flying knife to cut the fluff on the surface of winter melons to practice kung fu. In recent years, if anyone makes me unhappy, I also shave their head to teach them a lesson. Practice makes perfect. Chen Guang shrank back in thought, did the old man's beautiful black hair live in the abyss of suffering at any time? Don't be nervous. I admire you so much. How can I shave your head? Enchanting squeezed a seemingly sincere smile on her face, but Chen Guang felt that she had better not smile. Her smile was more gloomy than usual. I say, brothers, are you sick? Why are you forming the Anti-Bald Alliance? I didn't provoke you. See, you made my assistant angry, didn't you? Now you are out of luck, right? You have become bald, right? You can't blame me, can you? You don't seem to be injured. Do you need me to help you call the police? Do you need me to pay for the medical expenses? Chen Guang felt that it was better to chat with the president of the Anti-Bald Alliance. It was better to stay away from Enchanting. Looking at the broken hair on the ground, when the wind blew, it was really black smoke filling the sky. It was tragic. The president of the Anti-Bald Alliance, who had become bald, stood up and stared at Chen Guang with eyes full of hatred. He touched his head fiercely, and his palm was stained with countless broken hair. His current sorry state did not cover his peerless heroic appearance. I have been infatuated with Jean Shirue for 15 years. Since she was just a child, I have been her most loyal fan. But she was tarnished by you. I will not live under the same sky as you. Brother, you really know how to bullshit. As far as I know, Jean Shirue has only debuted for 10 years. Did you know her through telepathy 15 years ago? The bald president blushed. From the first time I saw that little girl in the TV series, I fell in love with her 5 years ago. Get lost, you should be sent to the mental hospital. Chen Guang could not be bothered with him anymore. He was about to leave with Enchanting. Brothers. Power can't make us yield. In order to defend the reputation of the goddess, in order to fight against the shameless fame-fishing Chen Guang, we, the Anti-Bald Alliance, officially change our name to the Anti-Light Alliance. Behind Chen Guang and Enchanting, the bald president was using the most impassioned tone of his life to incite the remaining 10 members. Just from the previous incident, he had lost another 10 members. You don't say, the weather is getting hotter and hotter. I have been wanting to get a haircut for a long time. Now, I feel refreshed. I feel the same way. No wonder those football stars like to go bald. When they run, the wind blows on them, and they feel more aerodynamic. Anti-Light Alliance. Hooray! As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. The fact that this group of people were able to stick together and not completely disband after today's setback showed that the friendship and fate between the members of the Anti-Light Alliance had been strengthened once again. Those who could persist until the end were the cream of the crop, the backbone of the group. Chen Guang face-bombed. For the time being, he would consider this Anti-Light Alliance as his first fan group. After all, anti-fans were also fans. It was a little embarrassing. Like the type of star, like the type of fan, also like the type of anti-fan. Don't blame yourself. This is all your own doing. Enchanting comforted Chen Guang while eating hot pot. Chen Guang looked at Enchanting silently. You don't have to comfort me. The second round of the competition would begin at about 3:00 in the afternoon. Chen Guang and Enchanting sat in the hot pot restaurant and ate slowly until 2:30 p.m. Then, they slowly walked in the direction of the number 3 hall of the Cultural and Sports Center. After more than 2 hours of brewing, the Dart God statue's production capacity had increased to nearly 7,500 points. The growth was gratifying, but as time went by, the growth was gradually slowing down. Chen Guang knew that as he became more and more famous among the domestic dart enthusiasts, the dart enthusiasts and related professionals, such as those professional players and people like Liang Fatsai, would gradually reach a critical point. The explosive growth was bound to come to an end, and he was afraid that he could only increase it slowly. He originally thought that he could only achieve his goal after the national finals in Beijing. He did not expect that this morning, Chen Xiaoxin would jump out to find fault with him. He pushed the boat with the current and showed off his skills on a large scale, quickly pushing his domestic industry reputation to the top. However, as the saying goes, the sooner you buy the Dart God statue, the sooner you can reach the first critical point, the sooner you can save more faith points. If he wanted to expand the potential of the Dart God statue, he was afraid that he could only start from 2 aspects. First, he could go to the central television and use the wider dissemination effect of the central television to further expand his popularity. At the same time, he could try to make more people like Dart. Second, he could let others know him first, and then go to Weibo to find videos of his other skills, and then send faith points to them. In short, Brother Almighty had thousands of skills, and there was bound to be one that would fascinate people. Another aspect, of course, was to spread his influence abroad as much as possible. After all, there were more than 6 billion people in the world, and China only accounted for a little more than 1/5 of them. When they entered the hall, the last few groups of players in the first round were having their final matches. The hall was still full. Seeing Chen Guang, the onlookers all cheered loudly. In just a single morning, Chen Guang had already become the most popular face in the darts industry in the country. Chen Guang smiled and waved to the audience happily. Looking at the countless white gas of faith points coming from the huge hall, he thought to himself, these are the old man's livelihood. At this moment, a man suddenly stood in front of him, bowed his head, and said seriously, Mr. Chen, I'm sorry. The man was Chen Xiaoxin, one of Chen Guang's staunchest opponents. At this time, he was no longer arrogant and reserved as a domestic veteran player, only nervous and ashamed. Chen Xiaoxin knew that his behavior in the morning was too much. As a professional player, it was an intolerable insult to be questioned in public in the middle of a game. Even if Chen Guang slapped him hard at this time, he would accept it. You're tuning into the Romantic Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.